Hello everyone, how are you? We are back. We have a lot of grinding to do on various games. it's gonna be a grindy week. Hi Cyril, how are you? Here we are. So, we are trying to make a push to try to get to cap or to be raid ready by Monday, so that we can do the raids or some of the raids before the reset. Which means we are gonna have to go quite hard. That is our most pressing priority. Let's have to do boxing event on GBF. How you doing, Cyril? But otherwise, we're quite current. I finished the M3 grind on GBF. We just did passively while we were playing Everquest and Daphne yesterday. So that all works out quite well. Hi, in Daphne, where do I find paper things to refine the katana? I have absolutely no idea. I'm really sorry. I think it might be the infamous bosses, is it? But I am not on that part. I am not there yet. Thankfully, the collab goes on for a long time, so I just chill for a while. Let other people figure it out. Then yeah, do whatever I can do once we have a bit more time. We're trying to get to a level where we can get into the deepest bit of Befallen. This room, basically. Since I think the best things that we can farm here are the two weapons, the Baron's Blade and the Ruby Stiletto. And that's going to give us like a big boost while we're leveling. We can get that up to like +5 or more. I just want to get into there ASAP, and then like we'll work on working the difficulty level up. Get better drops. And I don't know how long we'll stay here. At least till 25. But maybe a little bit longer even. I don't think we're going to be using any other weapons until maybe the whole Smoldering Brand and Madman Enforcer. I don't think we're going to spend enough time in Nagina to really push up the Monk Fist. Run the Relic Katana 2 times at 15. I need attestations. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about attestations yesterday, but I haven't got to that bit. I believe they are from the you know, the guys who spawn, and they are on timers or something. Cool. Enjoy. Oh, that's embarrassing. Not sure if we can push into that next, but yeah, it's a big level jump. It's like level 25 in there. Possible. We don't have Feigned Death yet. We do have like the basic lull, I think. Yeah, we have lull, which does work in this area. Although it might resist. We already have the mallet head and the mallet hill. As far as I know, we only need one mallet for Reaper of the Dead. We are starting to hit quite a lot harder. We're already massively surpassing the melee damage that we were doing on the other class. I think it's just because our weapons are so much better. Even though we have lower caps for these. Hi, Kaikari. What's up, man? At least do one more cycle of these. I don't know. Pushing into that next set seems crazy at level 17, but like we are trucking these harder as well because we're obviously a paladin, so we're smiting these undead. So a lot of the mobs in there are living, sadly. How's Everquest treating me? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. We obviously didn't get to play yesterday because of the collab. Still very upset that DreamCom launched that in this week of all weeks, but what can you do? We will definitely spend some more time on the collab. But I would really want to get into raids this week on this reset. On this. So we've got to do the bulk of our grind now. Yeah, we probably will get there. It's a lot of grind to get there. Hi, Chicona. How's your strength now compared to when you were Druid Wiz? Is it losing the AoE? Yeah, I don't have the AoE I had before. Our melee damage seems a lot higher. I think it might be partly because we're hitting undead though. Because paladins have Slay Undead, which is... Well, they have an AA and an alternate advancement called Slay Undead, which I've put points into. Which does huge damage to undead. Like, it's like a proc that does huge damage to undead. So I think it might be getting a bit skewed by that proc there, I think. Oh no, that's we have like 3 procs against undead. We have a lot of undead damage. This is so much like sturdier, tankier, more consistent damage. It's just a much more rounded like trio. But we got our ports. We're not having to nuke stuff to death here, like just chaining wizard nukes, which is nice. Means we're not constantly balancing our mana. How are you, Drakero? So, you know, these undead mobs can just get really melted. I don't even have the last rank of Slay Undead yet. We have slow in this as well. Attack speed slow, which is one of the most powerful things in the game in terms of damage mitigation. Maybe did the boxing event tickets a bit. Trying to grind those out. Yeah, I haven't touched boxing event yet. It's on my list. We're juggling 3 games all of a sudden. We went from 1 to 3. In terms of current grinds. In a matter of 2 days. Run you to the boxing event. Yeah, don't want to miss that. I did finish the M3 grind. I finished getting my my gloves. Our dark's good to go now. There's huge gains. Just waiting for that Earth event now. I'm grinding Mastery Trials right now. I do the box grind, but I need to grind out a bunch of the lower ones, which is really annoying to do on the side because the fights are too quick. I got a lot of sabers. I have 22 sabers. I just got so many sabers. We got there eventually. Yesterday, sabers just kept dropping over and over and over and over and over. We'll have to buff again in a second. Wait, where did our frenzy go? Odd. Oh, burst of strength, 6 of frenzy. Oh, we definitely don't want that memorized then. Right, good to know. We definitely do not want to be casting burst of strength. That overrides our like permanent buff, because it gives more strength, but only fleetingly. It makes sense. They are the same buff type. Just these later ones have been modified to last forever. Daily Arcarum energy. I do not do that. That is not a thing that I manage. We're going to be ghoul rooted for like a million years, aren't we? Oh no, never mind. Right, we need to buff. I have quick buff now that we unlocked with AAs, with alternate advancement points. So that lets us cast all of our buffs at once. That I have to sit here buffing for 20 years, every 30 minutes. Hold on. Yes, am I going back into here? Am I trying this? I think this is going to be really inefficient XP. It would be great if we could get in there, though. Surely we're not going to be able to do the boss at this level, though. That's ridiculous. Let's get a couple of clears for Sierra Car. I guess it's reset later, isn't it? It's monthly reset. Kind of pounding this rogue. We are only on D0. The priestess is gonna be a problem, right? We don't have the nuking power we did as a wizard. Even if we can clear the side camp, which isn't the paladin, that would be a huge gain for us. Hello, Capital. This wench is going to start healing herself. And we do not have a way of interrupting it. The priests are going to take forever to kill. As there's a huge level gap between us. It isn't dangerous for us, it's just annoying. Hello, Jam Man. I did do the summer scamcher, yeah. I got Wamdus, which is not particularly useful for me right now, but we also got Gwyn from the pools. So that's like a whole wind normal attack team. I don't even know if Gwyn's good, no idea. Yeah, from the temple. Nope, just 10. Yeah, I don't know if she's good though. She looks fine. I was really what I really wanted was Summer Apollonia. Just because Apollonia is sweet. One day. Nessa, I don't think I know what they do. Oh, the other mob there is another priestess as well. Maybe we can lull our way past it. That would be the idea with these priests. So the priests are quite low spawns here. Yeah, I need... like, Summer Apollonia is a 2-part pull for me because, like, I would also need Black Knight Apollonia to actually feel okay with using her. It's a tricky one. Seemed decent enough. Yeah, she'd be a lot better. A lot better than anything that I have in normal attack. Wind. Which is nothing. Okay, we should be able to sneak past there now. We're using a spell called Lull, which is reducing threat range. So it stops both communal aggro. Oh shit. Oh yeah, there's the guy in the wall here, I completely forgot. Oh, and it's a priest. Big rippos. Oh, this one's weaker. He's a lower level. Unfortunately, our kick doesn't interrupt. If we had... we would have to get two-handed bash, wouldn't we? Be able to bash. That is generally not how religious fanatics work, yeah, man. Generally, if you tell a religious fanatic that you're an atheist, they will try to convert you. And I'm pretty sure these guys like using force, by the looks of things. Afraid you may need a little reframe there on your tactics against dangerous individuals. We actually need to get down the left passage, don't we? He stuns, man. Get out of here, priest. Yeah, use your mana en route, that's right. Like, these could absolutely resist. These mobs are 6 levels higher than us. First person there for a second. Well, I'd just like to straight pull him. It's probably safer to pull this guy. It's a harm touch. Dark empathy? What, who are you dark empathying? Dark empathy's a heal where you give up your own life to heal someone else. He's at very deep red. This guy's 7 levels on us. Resist on us slow. Hi, Cusso. Hey, folks. What's this POV? This is just me in first person right now. It's just easier due to the close quarters. Did you not enjoy that? Did you not enjoy watching the heal spellcast where it looked like it was peeing itself over and over and over? No can for taste, I guess. This is comfortable. This isn't even particularly dangerous. I'm kind of shocked. I guess this is just D0, but yeah, this is pretty smooth. We auto sell these. We don't need these. We only want the rare drop. Three items in 39 boxes. Congrats! Oh, it's not a congrats. haven't had time for GPS. That's probably for the best, mate. Maybe I'll give you some time to get your potions back. I finished my my M3 grid, dark grid. I'm in mastery trials right now. I fell off. Yeah, it's okay to fall off. It's okay to do other things. Like, I'm falling off right now. I'm playing a different game. I haven't done boxing yet. When does boxing event end? Die? Hello? Can we kill this, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Die. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. It's a little slow. Man, we could try this guy, but it's a bit sketchy. Like, due to respawn times, if nothing else. I guess we can take him to this corner of the room, and he's probably safe there. If the lull misses, we are fucked. This guy is level 28. He has 11 levels on us. And of course he is a paladin. We should probably pillage his enchantments. Get his buffs off. This actually is surprisingly not that bad. Yeah, it's slow for just elixir farming for sure. I just want to do 20 boxes for the good shit. This is getting absolutely fucked. I'm quite surprised. Also, it's a paladin, not a cleric, so like its healing is considerably less bad. Just the lay on hands that's annoying. Need to dememorize this before I forget. Or I tap that by accident and take our frenzy off. Wait, where is our frenzy? Have I cast it by accident? I don't know. Twenty boxes seems fine. Unless you're playing the game like crazy, 20 boxes seems like a decent stopping point. I usually try to do, I don't know, like 800 of the currency, and that usually takes me to about the right place. Oh, if you do extreme over impossible, yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. He's got no lay on hands, but he'll still do paladin healing, which is still annoying. Early stream? Nope. I'm at 1460 entrance tokens. Oh, you have way too many. Enjoying Everquest? Yeah, I am. I'm having a blast. This guy really does not hit very hard. I guess our AC mitigation is just so much higher as a paladin. So the incoming damage is so much lower. Early for you, I see. If we can farm these two guys, then we can probably get the Baron's Blade and the Ruby Stiletto up to, like, I don't know, +5 or so. Maybe a bit higher. And that's going to help us, like, all the way up, because we're just going to keep using those weapons. Probably, like, all the way until max level, even. But dear God, it's slow. This guy is so slow. $11 levels is just a huge amount of difference in terms of attack versus defense, offense versus defense. Okay, he's at him. Is today going to just be just Everquest Legends? Yes, it's going to be just Everquest Legends today. It's perfectly fine, don't worry about it. I have every intention to play Daphne, but not today. I'm trying to get myself to a point where I can do the raids this week. And it's why I was disappointed by Daphne coming out, the Daphne thing coming out on this week. But what can you do? Too many grinds at once. Ooh. He walked right on top of her. We pulled him out. It's a little awkward, but we should be okay. We also have pressing GBF stuff to do because of the boxing event, but I think that's about it. Like, that's all that's actually pressing on Granblue Fantasy right now. I could probably do that on the side once we've ground out some entrance tokens. At least by the time I get to do some stuff on Daphne, people will have figured out the optimal way to farm whatever it is, the tokens for upgrading the relic weapons, which is what I would like to really do in Daphne. There's also another part of the story coming, I believe, right? In another, like, 2 weeks, 12 days or something. Which is really cool. And yeah, it's an Earth Quartz event, isn't it? Oh, did we get a... Should we be using a different skill? We are on Tiger Claw. We should be on Eagle Strike now, right? No? No, guess not. Tail Rake? Should we be on Tail Rake? No, I guess not. Must be high level. Soldier should be fine to kill. Kill him now before his friend respawns. Soldier's just a warrior. We should probably pillage him, because he's got paladin buffs on him. didn't take his buffs. But it did put my wand on cooldown. I did. That's fine. I'm sure I need Earth Quartz. I ended up not really getting anywhere near as close on Dark Quartz as I thought I was going to. I guess I still probably need Dark Quartz for upgrading the summon, but I don't even know when I'm going to be able to upgrade the summon because I've got no Eternity Sand, so... So... yeah, this is very doable. Just the paladin is slow. Let's kill this ranger. Big boy's back up. We can't pillage him for a second, it's not cooldown. Kind of want him to use the stuns and stuff as much as possible. Just so he burns himself out of mana. More stuns is less healing. I don't think we get another dot for a while. Yeah, it's kind of cool to get Wamdus and Gwyn together, because that's like an entire wind normal attack team. Like I could just pick up Lamorak from Selector from the next Anitux. I can't, but like I could. That would be like an entire team. I don't have Wilfred. Why is she 50? I don't know. Beats me, brother. But yeah, I have no real desire to build it. But maybe in the future, you know. I am making a lot of I'm just making a lot of set Despades. I can't really support normal attack stuff too well. I had like 7 Earth characters on my Scamcher. I was really looking for some kind of sign, some kind of Earth sign, you know. The sign was, "Don't fucking play Earth, you numbskull." He's almost tapped out, the bastard. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the Scamcher. The Scamcher was, I got Gwyn plus Lamarat, Wamdus. Genshin 7.0 is so peak. I really fucking doubt it, dude. Nah, I think the next OP collab summon is probably going to be water, folks. I get a feeling. Okay, you scumbag, you got no mana left. It's all over for you, brother. Brother! Level 28 doesn't fuck around. This is gonna pull the rogue anyway, right? I guess we can test it. Yeah. Just the way he paths. We can do about that. If we're pulling to this side of the room, which we probably should be. Let's slow the rogue though. Even at this level, slow does so much work in terms of damage mitigation. It's wind now. Ah, fair enough. It's okay, they'll probably make it like normal attack anyway. Won't give a shit. El Capitan back up, yeah. Both of this guy's drops are great as well. Got the legs and the arms. Both have really good stats on them. stunned me as I was trying to walk through him. Wait, just lay on hands to save mana. Shouldn't need the lay on hands here. I guess we could memorize Spirit Strike. Maybe that would speed up the Paladin. Spirit Strike's not a great nuke, but like it plus Tainted Breath, maybe that's enough to be able to out damage the heals. Probably is, right? Let's try that. Now that we have some more spell slots. Because we're not having mana issues, right? We don't need to... We'll save until after 50% when they start healing. See if we can just burst him down through his healing. Oh, after he lay on hands, of course. There's a lay on hands. Mend ourselves. We can pillage off his buff as well. We got interrupted on it. Need to pull with pillage really. Okay, let's reapply Tainted. And then we'll just try and blast him down. We have a massive level disadvantage, so we are resisting quite a lot here as well. I don't think it's quite enough. This is dealing like 3 times less damage than the wizard nukes were. We will get, I don't know what the next spell is. Is it Winter's Roar? Something like that. And then we'll probably be able to do it, but yeah, we can't right now. Can't burst through him. Just burst through our mana. We're not that far off. Again, keep in mind we are 11 levels lower than this paladin. Time to restart RMT operation. Yeah, that's like 25-ish years too late. That's right. Nowadays you need a network of computers and people who are paid far less than minimum wage. I think Paladin gets a mana drain later on, if I remember correctly. Much later on though. If we had Bash, we could probably do it, because we could bash a critical heal. Get another stun off. Get another nuke off. Surprised we're resisting spells of his. We have 31's magic save. He's got, again, 11 levels on us. Better lucky than good, as they say. We need to rebuff after this. So you're playing first person. I am playing in first person. This is how I always used to play Everquest back in the day. A lot of people did. Mostly just because of the tight, cramped corners. Right now, though, I still find it useful in dungeons to play in first person sometimes. Just find the visibility easier. Quick puff these bad boys up. How are you today, Nick? Ah, did we not save that? Detrimental, calm, lull. Save. Best to lull out the... Oh, that's a priest over there. That's kind of awkward. Okay, let's pull this guy first. We really don't want the priest with Corvin. That has worked out. Okay. I might just leave that priest up. I'm not really excited about trying to kill that priest. Although I guess eventually we might get to a point where we have a priest up on both sides. And we are kind of forced to kill the priest. Then maybe we just have to do it. To bite the bullet. Don't see much in the time in the casino. I really enjoy the casino. I think it's really fun. It's very chilled out. It is very time consuming, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Makes our Ruby Stiletto +2. Little damage bump. I think that ups its damage by 1. Yep, 1230. Not going to turn down 3 damage, are we? Level 18. Well, these new caps will help our damage here as well. Casino chips on fight wins. Yeah, pretty cool. Guess we're gonna go clear that priest. Not excited about it though. I do not have art. See if we can quickly memorize that. Nice. The old mid-combat memorize. We should be able to nuke the priest down, I think. Maybe not actually, it heals for so much. It's just so much healing potential. Need an incredible round of combat. Plus Neek. Got Artem, congrats! Ah, you're playing fire. Cool. Let's pillage the sky. Yep, you need Alexiel even with Seraphon. Even with Seraphon and Charlotta, even if you run them together, you still need Alexiel. In a lot of cases. I don't think it matters, Prov. You're not really saving any of them. You're going to save all of them. No worries. Hey, Marsh. That begins the long burn on this guy's mana. I think we might have got, I'm pretty sure we might have got new spells at 18. Maybe new buffs? Spirit of Cat. Spirit Strength. Spirit of Cat and Spirit Strength. It's technically Reckless Strength as well, we can use. Apparently we don't have Malaise, but we could have got Malaise as well. I don't think Malaise does much here, so I don't think it's too bad that we're missing Malaise. Memorize those after. Should be all his healing. So let's take the rogue with him. I kind of forgot how much shamans use their dots and how efficient shaman dots are. Been a long time. Even this this tainted breath, which is not really particularly great, very low levels still, it's still really efficient. Do we have... Eagle? No. Hail? No. Must be 20? We get Eagle Strike? Maybe? Oh, we should have taken the dude there. Like guaranteed for next Gala, I think it's very, very likely. Nothing's ever guaranteed, but it would be very surprising if it wasn't light. Gotta print those checks, you know? Levos. Yeah, our kill time, our TTK, technical term, I think. Actually, really quite good considering we are low level. Just the paladin takes so long. It takes forever and a day. Oh, let me change my buffs while we can. Feet like cat needs to become what is it? Spirit of cat? Is that right? Spirit of cat. And Tasman the Beast becomes Spirit Strength. Get both those. Switch back to our standard. I guess we can try Raging Strength as well. I don't know if that stacks with our other stuff. We can try it. Reckless Strength out. It gives 4 strength. Does that overwrite our strength buff as well? It does, yep. Okay, we don't need to use reckless strength. I don't think that's it. Because reckless strength degrades as well the longer that it stays up. So it won't be stronger than that for very long. We'd have to constantly recast it every like 10 seconds. Probably not worth. Ah, we forgot to pillage him. If we can catch him. Oh, we got him. We got one of them. Good enough. Pounding out pretty good damage, but it's unfortunately not enough to go through his healing yet. Smite doesn't really do anything for us. What do we have that's scribed? I get healing. Healing is useful. We get affliction. That's probably pretty fine as well. The disease dots last a lot longer, but they're very efficient. They don't deal as much upfront damage. Really don't want to accidentally cast Raging Strength there. Reckless Strength, sorry. Offensively, these things are just not threatening at all. Probably lay on hands just for mana. For efficiency. Take a bit more damage. Lay on hands. That's right, Shadow Knight. You dark empathy. Twenty's not a big level, is it? Sorry about the freezes here. It's because it's trying to access the database every time I look for unscribed. Center at 20. I don't know if I have that memorized. We don't get anything like really game changing at all. Like maybe regen at 23. Frost Strike at 23. Yeah, 23 is a level for us. I think at 19 I might try to change to D2. Something like that. Because these are not very threatening, but like obviously we could end up getting cleric mobs and stuff. At 19 we have our new heal, and we have another dot, so we should have a bit more output. Shit. Hey Greyneck, what's up? Ah, damn. Center off first. Slow him and try and take the center off. Payday. So you spend some money on the passes for extra goodies in Wizardry. Nice. Enjoy. Payday is a good day. I think most people can probably agree. Whale is relative, isn't it? I think we probably get I think we probably get the last thing in Steadfast Will. It's ultra annoying being stunned. Bite the bullet. Get that done. Bounty farming is not fun at all. Bounty farming is a really, really bad part of the game. The initial bounties are fun, but like bounty farming is not it. I have my bounties pre-farmed for this month. Diligent grinding. I'm not that diligent, mate. Yeah, kind of surprising how early we were able to break onto this. I was expecting a bit more resistance. Again, it's probably because it's D0 though. I imagine when we come back in here at D2, it's going to be considerably harder. Oh, nice. Every ruby stiletto helps. Soldier next. Unfortunately, the Shaman's Hot slows attack speed, which is fine for healing. It's just, yeah, will massively nerf our damage so much. It'll be much more efficient for healing. We can't really use it properly. The Affliction will probably help our damage as well. We're not really having any issues with staying up between the little light healings. We don't really even probably need them. We can probably just wait for between lay on hands cooldowns. Bit safer. You're swimming in tags. Oh, you're gonna be the jealousy of many. The target of much jealousy. Okay. That hand's already gone. Here come the chain heels. I see a priestess spawned up there. Not really what we want to see. Probably the worst thing about this whole section. Hello, Aubrey. If you are doing gambling, I do not want to assist you in any way. But if you're not doing gambling, let me know, and I will answer. It's just my house. It's only your house. In that case. Get out of here, Mr. Paladin. I've had enough of you. You leave your sword behind. You know, +4. That's so good. A powerful item for this level. Don't think we're doing another reset of this. I think we're going out. So I won't bother clearing the priest. Stop random rogue just keeps resisting my disempower. Scumbag. Here I am trying to be a good shaman. I guess we go to recovery for a little while, since we're starting to flag a tiny bit on mana. The recovery's so crazy. Guess we'll kill the priestess. Getting a bit cheeky there. There was a small chance he might be able to snipe it underneath the heel. I don't know what it was doing there. I don't know how we killed that. No idea at all. Love to see it though. Please, sir. Let me land something. Be kind to me. Thank you. I could be swapping to over mastery, I guess, to apply these, but over mastery massively reduces the mob's resist. It's a stance. What are they called here? Invocations. Yeah, minus 150 resist. Is that minus 15 for each non-hybrid caster class? So minus 165 resist for us. Swap that to inversion now. Oh, but we can kill him? Not really. Maybe if he doesn't heal for a second. Oh, close. Very close. He's edging us. Ah, he's stabilized. Gone to 1% and 2%. Oh, maybe? Nice. Oh, and a blade. You love to see it. Right, I think we can now get affliction and healing, right? Clear these guys. Oh, it's so much damage there. And then we'll pick something out and spin it up at 2 instead. See how much harder that is. Our legs +5. Seems to suddenly be doing so much more damage. Yeah, let's bounce. I have to load. Quickly reload. I guess we leave and quit. Leave and quit. Restart on 2. Possibly get absolutely butchered. Adaptive. That's a Karen. First character I've seen who's a Karen. Okay, so this is going to be similar, but the mob's going to be tougher, and we may see some classes on things. Just got immediately smoted and 3 procs went off on it immediately. And he upgraded our boots. What a guy. Oh, we need to rebuff. While we can actually get into a safe spot to sit. Right, off we go. These already grey to us? Yep, looks like it. I landed right on top of that one. That Iceman skeleton has a pet. That Beast Lord. A Beast Lord skeleton. We need to take this a little slowly because these are going to be significantly tougher, especially when they have a second class. Not having a great time landing on stuff. There we go, we landed the slope. Great job, us. We're definitely going to have a bit of a harder time here. We'll go down to the ghoul boss first. See how that is. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if it's even worth it. Maybe we just go straight down. This is an enchanter ghoul. While we're solo, we don't have to worry about getting charmed or getting feared or anything. They only do that when there's multiple guys. Hey Narcos, how are you? Probably need to go to recovery. If this isn't too hard, then we'll just come straight back in on 4 and just try and clear down, because the quality of the drops is so high on 4. Like, it's guaranteed +4 again now. But I feel like this will probably be quite hard. Great sandstorm, thank you. You're a great earthquake. I like to think you imagine Darude playing every time you come to the stream. Right? You should be, mate. It's a big compliment. Big old compliment. That's a Ranger Shadow Knight. That's why it harm touched me. Scumbag. It's almost like it's hard to land spells on something that's 6 levels higher than you. Lol that. Lol this. Lol this. Oh, damn. I ran too close to it. Well, I'm an idiot. He's taking our dots. He's taking it. Get back into inversion. Ring mail, yeah, yeah. Oh. Lol resist. Either of these has that extra class. Pretty safe there. Oh, nice. Motor potential. A higher level. The motes are potentially used to upgrade items. Like you can use them in lieu of extra copies of the item. This has not been too bad. Let's clear down. See what Mr. Paladin Man is like. You need to go recovery for a little while. We should probably wait a second. We're probably going to want to go over mastery as well to land the lull on the soldier. Because a failed lull would be very bad. Might leave us a little fucked. So over channel. Lull. Version. Pillage this guy's buffs. Only took one of them sadly, but one is better than none. He's just a paladin. He has no second class. You hated the collab so much that you quit Wizardry? No, not at all. Like I've been saying, I really wanted to play Everquest Legends this week because I wanted to be able to get ready for the raid reset. Try to get some raids cleared before the raid reset. Again, it's why I'm so disappointed that a little frustrated that they finally decided to release some content on a week where I wanted to do something else. I will see. It's not the end of the world if I can't. But I will be doing some Daphne farming. Just not yet. Something released in EQL. Yeah, EverQuest Legends has just come out. Like a few days ago. But I was talking about Wizardry variants Daphne, in case there was some confusion there. That's what Cappy Saw was saying. I'd quit Wizardry because I wasn't playing Wizardry today. Wizardry had a patch yesterday. Big patch yesterday. Final Fantasy 11 collab. Yeah, we can't really... We still have to run this guy out of mana. We can't deal damage over the top. He doesn't seem harder, but then again, he doesn't have a second class, so... I don't know. Maybe we'll just try to brute force it onto 4. Just see how bad it is. Kill these guys for a little while. Maybe get a level. like the clear down here hasn't been particularly bad, but we didn't have many like double classes. I don't know. Well, this one. This one. Brings both. I'm not sure we need to save the Lay on Hands, to be honest. We could just use it for mana saving purposes. I paid rent for this room. I've been in here for so long counting the beta. I can imagine. I'm sure a lot of people have spent a huge amount of time down here. I never played the beta of this, I'm afraid. Oh, that's going to be an upgrade, right? Takes our stiletto to 3. Does that give it a damage? Oh, it does give it a damage. Get a recovery. Sort our mana out. I don't think we should need to heal. We've got Lay on Hands if we really need it anyway. This room seems fine. Short of horrible double classes, probably like a cleric double class would be pretty nightmare. We definitely don't have the damage to like burst through clerics still. We don't have the damage to burst through paladins even. Maybe we could use... I didn't think about this before. Like, it's weird having the combination of classes, but we could probably use a paladin. We could just use a paladin stun, couldn't we? Do we have a paladin stun? I'll have to have a look in a second. We could use a paladin stun to interrupt their heals. Look. Might just be a direct damage. Yeah, we have cease and desist. I remember when they put those in the game back in EQ. Have like a hard stun. We can do. These both have reuse times on them, but we can just memorize them both, can't we? It's stopping us. Lull into this slot. Now we're really gaming. Detrimental. Direct damage, stun. Wait, did I do desist or cease? These. Desist. There's no guarantee this is going to land, but... we can shoot it out like a bash because of inversion, right? Like, use it reactively. Actually, I think it's... Are they very quick anyway? 1.75 seconds. 1.5 seconds. They are quite quick, but not like super quick. Yeah, we might be able to use that here to it's what, shift 1, shift 2. Alone hands. Yeah, alright, mate. You're a better paladin than me, I get it. I'm stunned! This is unfair, this is cool and unusual. Oh, we're not in inversion, are we? Forgot. Yeah, I mean, that kind of works. Just a problem if you resist. Still have to be a little sharpish, even with inversion up. His heals are quick. Yeah, see if we can get him. That's stun. Whoops. A little spirit strike. Oh, not enough. Still not enough. We fizzled. Fizzled our assist. Fuck. It's good tries, good tries. Now he's out of mana, so. Mission accomplished, I guess. It's a good idea in theory. Just has a few holes in the old plan. Overmastery. What are we on? Control. Shift 3. That's inversion. We'll lay on hands on sub here, I guess. Save mana, time. I wish I could unbind that polling button. I don't think it has an actual keybind. At least it lets me know, you know, that I've pressed my lay on hands. Oh, nice. Yeah, love to see it. Yeah, I wonder, maybe we should be trying to do this on D4. Like, it's going to be much harder, though, because everything's going to have double classes. We haven't been contending with many double classes here, but the loot is so good, and we're going to be using these weapons for so long. Makes me think that we should just be pounding them up, and that's, like, maximal gains. Gonna go eat dinner and go to the gym? Yeah, good luck, man. Enjoy. What worries me is we haven't seen many dual classes down here, right? It's still quite rare on D2, but it will be very common on D4. The dots are still super efficient. Even Tainted Breath, you know, doesn't do a lot of damage now. Still really efficient. Kicking out good damage. I think we're getting Venom Breath for a little while still. We can cease these, can't we? At least get a level first, and then we'll come back and try it. I feel like it might be a bit rough, but we'll give it a go. Be fun if nothing else. Be an experience. 1 second, let him do his buffs. Strip him. Lay on hands. Top that to inversion. We can try to do our thing. And push him a little lower. Assisted affliction. Criminal. Guy's a criminal. Hello, Mythicfoot. How are you? Yeah, not too bad. Getting on. Yeah, we can clip the heel after this. We did root. Perfect. Cease. Ah, it resisted assist. No, Cease is back, not back up yet. Cease. Ah. Regains concentration. These guys are hackers. You throw a health potion at a skeleton. I'm afraid not. I mean, you could try. We just lay on hands ourselves. You can with the collab ones in the bottom left corner. There's a switch to enemy. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can cure them as well. Right with the what's her face? Prish. Ah, this is a beast lord. I see. That could be much worse for us. You need to use a collab adventurer. Oh, there's a banner. Oh, I see. There's a banner quest to throw a potion at a skeleton. I see. Maybe. I'm not sure, Mythic Foot. Maybe you can use the elixirs, not elixirs, sorry, potions and high potions. Maybe you can target enemies with them, because it's like very Final Fantasy-esque, right? Where you can use consumables on enemies. Need to go back to recovery. Also, we need Eagle Strike, is it? Yeah, Eagle Strike. Holiday skill, Eagle Strike. Took the entire team to the first attempt at boss fight. Oh dear. Yeah, I did that too. Lovely. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll try. I'm a little concerned, but yeah, I guess we'll try. Like, we're batting so far up, we're so many levels down. I feel like if we hit healers, we're gonna have a really bad time. We got another charge in 8 minutes, so it's probably fine. Always go back at worst. This is gonna be super sketch. They're gonna have a really long aggro range as well. Make a group on EQ Legends players and call it League of Legends. I think you're the only person who thinks that that would be really cool, Nick. Possibly the only person to have ever formulated that thought. So everything I think now is double. Hi Lars. What's up, man? Go back to inversion. That's the grind. I'm just messing around. Like I'm trying to do this on D4. She is a ranged Shadow Knight. She is not too scary. How you getting on, Lars? I don't think we really need this. Possibly, probably. I guess we could merge it up. I guess we can merge it up. Don't really need to sell it, do we? Still have the Morningstar we were using before in our bags. Really need to go in here. I think we're high enough level that we can just run through to the girl. We're gonna lower lowering Gook, yeah. That will definitely be a place I will be spending some time in the near future. I have a few things that I want to do around the world. A few items we want to pick up. Crushbone, Nagina. I'm probably going to be spending a bit more time here first. Good few levels, no doubt. This is considerably more sketchy. Every ad is like potentially a Shadow Knight who harm touches you. Every ad is potentially a cleric who is an endless battery of healing. The diagram area is great. I'm sure, yeah. Oh, this is great. The level range on the mobs in here is so funny. Like, the difference between like level 10 and level 20 on some of the spawns. I should be lulling here, really, shouldn't I? Really greedy to not lull. Okay, this guy's a shaman, not a cleric. This kid's a rogue. Scariest. Our next big level, I think, is 23. We get a new nuke and regeneration. I guess regeneration isn't doing that much at this point. Oh, major potential. I guess that's another big plus of doing higher difficulty. How good is my undead nuke? It's bad. It's like ward undead. Very weak. But we do have slay undead, which is incredible. Slay undead is absolutely popping off. Not on the Dark Elves though, sadly. The rogue. Did a recovery. Let's leech this guy up a little bit. That Beast Lord? Oh, we did get Gynok. Oops. Gynok is a necromancer. Let's get back to inversion. You're doing a no respawn run just to chill out and learn the map. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I haven't seen Lower Gook in a very long time. I remember bits of it. Definitely not all of it. This is definitely a little bit spicier. Probably need to stop and rest for a second. Go back to recovery. We'll go and do the ghoul camp for a little bit. Minor upgrades on our braces. Version. This is a cleric. Oh, but it's already burnt out its mana out. Maybe clerics aren't so bad on regular mobs. Maybe their mana pools are really small. Because they have super low super low whiz. It's a cleric as well. And have a look at its mana. Recovery. HP endurance regen. There aren't really any, Lars. It's vanilla. There's regeneration on the Rubicite breastplate in Kazakh Fuel. Oh yeah, they burn out of mana really fast when they're not like natural casters. That makes them nowhere near as scary. I was very worried about like cleric submobs, but I guess maybe you don't need to. Hey P-Stars, what's up? Tekken 1, yeah, it probably would have been about that era. Getting blocked by the Will-O-Wisp. Feels bad. Hey P-Stars. Good morning. Berserker. This is a Necro Mage. Probably should kill that first. Saying you were the mage? What? No? What? I don't even understand what the troll would be. Hardly erudite of you. Jesus Christ, that is an awful pun. A Jam Man level pun. No, no, not at all. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate the follow. Very kind of you. Lizard. Lizard indeed. We may need to lay on hands here. So, something is healing the Acolyte. It's probably a low mana pool cleric. Hopefully. If we can blast through it with Spirit Strike. Ugh. Yeah, we got it. Is it Priest Amaz? Ah. Priest Amaz is not usually a cleric. As I remember saying before, like, ah, weird. He's called Priest, but he's not a cleric. Hello, Quantum. How are you? Okay, Priest Amiaz has been run out of mana here. Kind of tired. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. Hope you managed to get some sleep. I'd normally lay on hands for mana saving, but I'm a little worried about some of these combos that we've got going on down here. Let me stay here for a couple of spawns, just get a couple of braces. It's a little bit scary, less scary than the Dark Elf portion, even though the Dark Elf portion is obviously where we want to be. That's where the money's at. These are already +5, aren't they? Yeah. Wait, are you cleric? No, you're a druid. We still probably have to kill you first. Right, so I get it now. So when a base caster gets another casting class, that is super, super bad. Oh shit, I should have interrupted that. Because they actually have a mana pool to support the new buff. The new spells. Can we kill it before the sprout goes off? Yeah. Oh, Jesus! I wasn't paying attention there for a second. My bad, my bad, my bad. I was looking at the rope. My bad, my bad, my bad. Channel mana burn, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Ninja bullying and dying, nah, I was looking at loot. Even worse. Quickly rebuff ourselves. Being boring and not pulling whole rooms anymore. I mean, I just did a whole room. I'm not pulling like multiple rooms at a time. It's because I'm on D4. I'm on the max difficulty. And the mobs are like higher level than me. Give me a break. Holy moly. We actually use the pair of boots if he drops them. It's still worth killing this guy. What about the what do I even do with my Morning Star? I know. Wait, why do I have this in my inventory? Ah, shit. Did I select the wrong thing with this? Inventory, navigation, hotkey's character, loot. What's it called? Some overflow inventory, find item, and players, short. Loot window, loot window. Loot window. Filters. Potential. I guess I just didn't. I just looted one. This character. No inventory. Oh yeah, I've got it on Control B. Still learning this UI. Currencies, deposit. I would. I really would. I really would by me. I don't know what I did with the Morning Star from here. Ah, it's in here. Smart me kept it in here. So this is 1030 at +5. I'm sure it might be useful to have a blunt weapon at some point. We're a monk. We're a necro. Necro whiz. Probably need to kill that first. Need to get inversion. Yeah, about lay on hands. Maybe should just use it. Yeah, the extra classes definitely do make a lot of difference. The incoming damage is quite significant. Makes so much difference when we can land slow. Go a little bit carefully into the next room with no lay on hands. sort my spells quickly. That's Shaman. It's no Cleric. It would have been really nice to kill it before it drowsy does. I guess we can cure disease ourselves, but a lot of effort. An enchanter. Be nice to get Shield of the Immaculate. Not have to worry about memorizing cure disease again. Turns out trying to disease and poison skeletons is not very easy. Ow! A big old Chaos Flux. I'm gonna stick with the undead still. At least for a level. At least until we get another bracer. The Dark Elves are gonna be scary. Ooh. Druid. Oh, it's only level 12. This is the mummy placeholder, I think. As that guy is not 100% spawned the name mummy down here. Yeah, we're getting quite a lot of motes of major potential just being on this mode. That's kind of big incentive to be on E4 as it is. Even if it's slower. Yeah, I'll lay on hands back up. Ice bones are nasty. Whoa. Okay, we'll just use our lay on hands there. Yep. Oh god. There is a healer here. We are in big trouble. If we can kill this one ice bone, we might be alright. It really needs to die. Come on. Beat up the ice bone. Thank you. Yeah, that ice bone's out of mana. We are also almost out of mana. We need to get recovery. We're going to have to heal the hard way. Our mend is almost off. Oh, we were so close. No, that was rough. Hello, Noche. How are you? Would it be cool? Oh, sorry. I don't know why that didn't send. That's weird. It didn't send in my chat. Ah, it's because it got denied by Twitch. Weird. Would it be cool if I leave my Wizardry ID here? The chat can add you. Sure. I think I still have a channel on the Discord for people who want to leave their Wizardry ID. But yeah, you're welcome to leave your ID. No worries, Noche. Got blocked because you were soliciting. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it might have got us blocked for spam. A bit more fun than D2 at least. Definitely gets a little bit spicy. Never got the chance to play Everquest. That's understandable. You have to be quite old. Like myself. You don't know what's going on? That's perfectly understandable, yep. It's quite an overwhelming game. Or someone who hasn't played it before. Oh. Trapped ourselves in the door. In your late 30s. Ah, maybe you are the right generation. Sort of, kind of. Maybe not quite. Probably like World of Warcraft generation. Wasn't that popular in your country? I see. Okay, inversion. Ah, Ragnarok, yes. A lot of Eastern European and Asian countries love their Ragnarok. It's really annoying. I'm just rooted down here. Wait for them to come around. almost burnt himself out of mana. Warcraft, you heard of it in college. I see, I see. I haven't been chatting because I accidentally hit auto-equip on my dispatch units. Yeah, that's not it. That's not it. I'm so sorry to hear that, Kaikeri. I think we probably lay on hands. Should have been in recovery stance. Studded leather. Gloves +6. Big old glovos. How do you still have mana? This Thurgis is packing more heat than the fucking sun over here. Yeah, auto-equip is not it. Auto-equip is just never it. I touched that button once in the very early days of Wizardry, and I thoroughly regretted it. Never touched it since. Sometimes people tell me, like, you should be using auto-equip. I'm like, nope. Go fuck yourself. I'm not touching that shit. Resisted my condemnation of knife. Jesus Christ. Resisted my undead neek. Good morning, breadstick. Wrongin', indeed. Bard, cleric, but should be low mana. See if we can interrupt it here. Oh, we don't need to. That thing got absolutely pounded by undead neeks. Cats are stalking each other through the room. You're being very stealthy, kitty cats. You're definitely fooling each other. Yep. It's a bard. And the ghoul is a shadow knight. Okay. It's a Necro Wiz. guess we could lull here. We should go to over channel. See if I can walk through that. Guess not. Inversion. Trading tainted breaths with this beast lord Will-O-Wisp. Thurgist. Is it? Nice. I think this is a single. Oh no, it's not. Where's the ice bones that goes with the pet? But it's an enchanter wherever it is. Oh, it's over there. What's it doing? How is the pet aggroed but the mob is not? Wait, what's going on here? Ah, maybe it was just chain casting on me. No, it wasn't. I think it aggroed the second I hit the pet. Weird. Ow. There's a Chatterneek, stay fuck around. Languid place, I'd really rather not. No. Thank you. No. Slowed right now. Chaos Flux, if you could not do that, thank you. Please desist. Please cease. Please die. Oh no. Ugh. There's a Warrior Ranger, there's a Necro Mage, you probably kill this first. Lifetime Stew, perfect. I actually use Lifetime Stew quite a lot. It's one of my most consistent egos. So that's great news for me. Was that this patch, Breadstick? Or is it coming up? Get back to recovery, I think. Next Thursday, oh, thank you. Just check to see if we have any new spells. Spirit of Monkey, Spirit of Ox. First strike is 23. What we got on unscribed? Oh, we need Protect as well. Protect, Spirit of Monkey, Spirit of Ox. And Center, but I don't think we have it scribed, sadly. Yeah, I think that's it. The turtle skin we don't need. Statistic buffs, armor, text. Bear we changed to Ox. Statistic buffs, stamina, Ox. What's the other one? Somehow already forgotten. Monkey. Oh yeah, our Dex buff is still level 1 right now. to remember to grab center when we get to go back. God awful ego passive. Which one? What lifetime she? Yeah, it's awful, but it is what it is, you know. Oh shit! I didn't change back to my spells. This will be all right. It'll be all right. We got let on hands. How did I manage to do that? Come on, pound this ice bone before something bad happens to us. Yeah, we were pretty lucky here. In terms of the classes. If this guy was a cleric instead, we would have been absolutely fucked. Got spells back up. Oops. It's crazy how much difference the different classes make. Like when you hit a bad class, it's rough. It's a game I liked a lot that unfortunately died. I only remember it was an MMO. I think it was made by Atlas. It had Saga in the name. An MMO with Saga in the name. Ooh, I am not sure what that could be. Finished the Greatsword Relic. Nice, congrats. Dragon Saga, huh? Hey, no luck. What's up? This hardened skeleton is getting me real soft. He has burnt himself out of mana. Pandora Saga. Obviously Dark Chaos knows. Chaos knows seems to know every jank game that's ever been created somehow. As a WizCalib, really cool. Yeah, really, really cool. They did such a good job with it. I knew they were going really hard on it, and I was still shocked by its quality. A really, really, really good job. We've only had half of it as well, I believe. There's more that unlocks in another, like, 2 weeks. We just wait for this to come back. Not sure. Yeah, it looks like it. I also wish it wasn't a temporary thing. Yeah, it sucks for people who are gonna miss it. Just realized this guy says, "Someone as weak as yourself wouldn't even make a decent slave. You're better off dead," I say. What an asshole. Get fucked, Amiaz. You prick. When we kill him, he says, "You may have won this battle, my friend, but I shall rise again, and one day all shall know the true power of the burning dead." What a fun guy. Yeah, we are actually so worthless. These guys don't even want us as a slave. But in fairness, we did really wreck them. So maybe they're wrong. Maybe we are. Maybe we would be worthwhile as a slave. Who knows? Yeah, that's where it starts getting pretty crazy for each upgrade. I think we could stay for one more bracer. Like +5 is the good kind of stopping point. It'd be lovely to get another Thaumatus sash. These aren't particularly good or anything. It's just be a bit of extra AC. But I don't think it's worth getting too crazy for it. I'm not, and it's not really that. It's not really super funny to talk about that kind of thing. A lot of people in the world, these ancestors, hopefully their ancestors are not them, subject to that. Probably better to leave that one on the old DL. Hello. How are you? Thank you. Very kind of you. You want to open it up for me? Because I can't open it. It's the Lana plushie. It is from the Girls Smile Company. Edie's here. She says hi, everyone. Not like says hi, Edie. She is the best Burmese. That's a weird creature. It's a weird creature. She's just weird, isn't she? Yeah, Big Edie's here. Wobbly says the boss is here. I did. Negative damage to these things. What's that, sorry? It's going okay, thank you. Shaman's just burning himself out of mana. Packaging is really cute, you're right. That's Lana. Yeah. Yeah. No? What? What, Daphne? No, that is it. No, that is it. Yeah, it's because it was pre-ordered months ago. Oh my. You can't fit in there. You're like twice its size, sugar. She does that. My cat just tried to fit in a box that's literally half her size. Couldn't figure out why she couldn't fit inside it, and then it toppled over. Fucking idiot. Got a loud hat. Ridiculous. I sure hope neither of these are healer, or we are ultra fucked. This is a mage, so I guess this isn't the healer. No, I haven't. We had another package from Dricom, but that was t-shirts and stuff. No. Maybe. Did JJ give his Daphne plushie a bath? No. No. Fox says, hi Edie, I hope you're having a wonderful day. She says, thanks Fox, I hope you are too. Oh really? Yeah, I think that one of them is broken. I don't know which one. I think that one works, right? The one that I gave you. I'm pretty sure. Either way, it's the same wire. Probably. That's really cool. Ah. Here's Lana. Pretty cool. There's like, there's like almost a felt cloth for hair. Cool. You never. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen it. That's really cool. Mm. An emblem. Emblem. Yes. Thank you. It's actually a pretty good place for it to live. It might be. I will at some point. Thank you for bringing that. I appreciate that. Edie's going, everyone. She says bye, everyone. What's that, sorry? Red Six says bye. Bye, Edie. Bye, Ed. Yeah. Because ED spells your name, doesn't it? It's not in small letters, but you're in small letters. Okay. Okay. Looks great. It does look more presentable. Yeah, it should do. It feels a lot lighter. Edie's had a haircut. She didn't want to have it cut, apparently. Get out of here, cleric. Okay. Good luck. Thank you again. Yeah, what's Saturday? Night? Evening? No, it's fine. Sure is. My God, the pushback on this. Bye bye. We're gonna have to lay on hands. We might die anyway. Oh God, we can't lay on hands. It's still cooled down. I think we overpulled very slightly there. It had like 1 second left of its cooldown. I don't know if we would have recovered from that anyway. That's a brutal overpull. I think we pulled everything from the side room and the thing, like, and the room that we were going into. Probably not ideal. I guess we try the Dark Elves now. Although, it might be difficult in that. If we use Lull properly, it might be okay. Just gonna wait for these spell gems to refresh and beat up the Skelly Bones down here. In recovery. Go and pay our girl, Asaka, little visit. See if she's got a mace for us. We're not even really using the mace, but probably useful having a one-handed blunt ready just to use. In case we do a different class combo or something. Raiders are awful because they already heal. Yeah. I'm not too worried about the range. It's the priests. The priests, though. They're horrific. Wiz. Necro Druid, Warrior Cleric. But it's a skeleton, so it'll run out of mana. I think we kill the Druid Necro first. So we'll do Blooming Heals. Probably pull it with Pillage. We need to shift back to inversion. Oh, that's nice. I think we probably do keep this. It's got good resist on it. I think we can merge this. Sweep one more AC. We are reset. In an awkward position. Like on the upside, in the Dark Elf area, it's hard to overpull. On the downside, the mobs are rock hard. And not undead. Love getting T-Shins clashed. Really love it. Being stunned for like 18 seconds. What was the spell called? Elnoric's Entombment of Ice, I think. That stuns for like 1,000,000 years. That's recovery. And mend when it comes off cooldown in a second. Oh yeah, we're not in. Not in inversion. Not really interrupts. The paladin. So we've aggroed the pet again. As long as we don't hit the pet, I think it won't aggro the actual ice bono. Looks like it's our beast lord. Oh god. Well, we don't have. Oh, we do have feign death. It has failed, but like, we do have feign death now. Still marked as unusable. Yeah, unfortunately, our feign death is still really weak. I didn't realize we had feign death back again. Yeah, this is not great. Please. Got 3 feigns. That was rough. That was just ultra unfortunate. Really, 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 really unfortunate. Gynoc just aggroed at the worst possible place. Right, let's try again. We will break down there. Try this guy again for his gloves. Boots. Boots. Still no boots from that guy. They are quite rare. Could go down the hole. If you want to. Might be quicker. Oh, our quick breath is still on cooldown. Ah, that's awkward. I guess we chill out for a second then. Unless I want to manually cast all the buffs. At which point, quick buff will probably be off cooldown. Come on, quick buff. Another 2 minutes on it. Oh my word. We died so fast. We're almost there. 45 seconds. What is this guy? Warrior Shadow Knight. So he's gonna harm touch us. That's, yeah. Can't really do that. It was another melee, maybe. Hello, Chili. What are we meowing about here? Huh? What is it? Yeah, we're group buffing. Pull these right back. Oh, I'm getting the paladin pet. It's an enchanter. Whoops. Hello, Chili. I do for you, my love. I can't see my target. Are you? Come on. I can't see my target. And a couple of spikes. Apparently can't see anything. But it can see me perfectly fine. I see how it is. I see how it is. Right. Once again, we have the skeleton pet. I'm worried it's going to do the same thing as last time. Give us some good practice on feint death. Our skill on feint death is still super low. It's a paladin. Did already lay on hands, it must have. Yeah, okay. Right, so it's the pet that's causing that. The random pet that we're pulling over. One day we'll pass a feint death. If I leave my personal zone, can I rejoin it? I think if you come back quickly enough, but it closes quite quickly. I don't know how quickly. Unfortunately, we will have to manually buff ourselves. It's so awkward. I don't know why the pet is aggroing like that. But like, because as soon as we hit the pet with something, it aggroes the guy who then aggroes all of the dudes next to it. Where do I get the attestations from? What I understand, you get them from the guys who are standing around. The like demon things, whatever they're called, kindred demons. But I haven't done it myself yet. Maybe we just try to lull through that room. You say play Stellar Blade? No. Sorry. Ah, at least we found some boots. Huge gains. Good track though. Paladin, Mage, Cleric. Okay, I guess we kill the Cleric first. Try and cease and desist it here. But it's going to get healed by the Paladin as well. Weirdly, it's not casting at all, the Will-O-Wisp. That is not stopping our boy spamming him. Yeah, weird. That cleric mob does not seem to be using its cleric abilities. Something weird about Will-O-Wisps, apparently. Right, footman. The Necromage doesn't seem to be casting much either. Oh. Say that, just engulfing darkness as me. Lay on hands. replace that hotkey with an actual Feign Death hotkey so it doesn't just say not usable, even though it is. It's a +6. Wow. Quite far through +6 as well. So I guess we need to lull the pet. That's probably what we need to do, right? That Icebone skeleton pet back there. So we need to go to over channel. Lull this. Lull this shitter. Now we should be able to pull this. And not get the pets. Mean pets. The recovery. Change the demon spawns again. What, did you have one respawning? What do we want to do here? Let's do over channel. Lull this. Lull the pet. Right, so the way Feign Death works here is until the extended targets go, we haven't de-aggroed stuff. If our Feign Death was leveled, then what we could do is just stand up and then lie down again. So awkward. Enemies have forgotten you. Right, shift. Lull this. Lull this. We need to wait for the mummy. Lull this. And this. And then we should be able to slip into here. Okay. We did it. Dag one respawned the moment it reset hit, and since then no spawns. They do it. Probably not perfect then. What's that triangle she's using? It's a whip. Might not look like it, but it's a whip. When she slashes with it, it like extends out a bit. I'll see if I can try and catch it for you. You'll catch her when she dual wields. It's in her offhand, unfortunately. She'll use it less. And she's sneaking the shit out of me. Because she is a mage. And she's not into it. Big wooden triangle ruler. Yeah, I can see it. $19.99's models at their finest. I guess we wait for a second. Just sit and feign death a few times while we're medding. Over channel. Roll this. There is a guy on the wall here. Now lull doesn't need line of sight, like most spells. We can get the lull in there. Hello, Chili. Not right now, my love. Okay, that's okay. This one resisted. Resisted even with over channel up. Scary. Over channel gives you a huge penalty, or gives them a huge penalty to resist. Hey, this guy's just a Shadow Knight. He somehow lost on the lottery and not got second class. Poor kid. Right, over mastery. Over channel, sorry. Ball here. All here. All here. All here. All here, and then there's a mob just on the right. And lull through the door. Okay. All here. We have to pull these separately, I think. It's a shadow mage. Because if we pull this guy, he's going to aggro this straight away. I guess maybe that doesn't matter. Yeah, I think it doesn't matter. Oh, fuck! Apparently that aggro range is still enough. Even with a lull on this mode. I don't think I can afford to, we can try and feign, like, if we're desperate. Oh, man. It's rough. Ow. Oh, that's stun. That's not great for us. Gotta try and feign it. Right. Fuck. Damn, that's rough. Yeah, we need to pull the Shadow Knight on the side. I didn't realize that was going to extend its aggro range. It's because on D4 the mobs have higher threat range, so even with the reduced aggro range, it's still pulled. Go and hang out with our buddy Lerod. Lerod would never hurt us. Neither would Asaka. I need to level my feign death. So we can avoid stuff like that. Just gonna start ramming feign death. Oh. Excuse you. Excuse you. Should have been in recovery. Right, what do we got going on down here? Yeah, give it a go, lads. Pretty fun. Oh, this guy's just a warrior. Warrior enchanter. Oh, this is not a bad set at all. We have just. Oh no, it's fine. It's pets. Like the D4 stuff is definitely way more fun. There's so much going on. Get back to recovery. Slowly pound this guy down. Trying to go through to the elf skeleton. The ranger. And then after this we'll just med up, do some feign deaths. It's not quite reliable yet. Oh, there we go, we got one. Successful feign death. We did it. Right. Guess we have to do this shit again. So lull this. Oh, we need to be in over channel, right? Lull this. Lull this. Then we pull this. We can just clear it out of the way. Oh, that's great. That's actually great. Even better. Clearing that guy out makes it a lot easier. Inversion. So awkward for targeting, having all the pets. Cycle through a lot more. Or like tab slowing. Back to recovery. Do some vein deaths. Get some reps in. Oh, 2 successful in a row. How's the relic grind going? I have not started. I messed up. I will at some point, but not yet. Over channel. We need to lull this. And we need to lull this. Mummy's already killed. Oh! I think this is only 2. I think we can fight them. As a resist. This is a paladin. Oh, there is a beast lord. Get out of over channel. Yo, I got 3 alteration stones from mining. Yeah, it happens. What's up, Chicona? Oh God! Oh, that's so unbelievably unfortunate. There's the elf skeleton respawning. It was a shadow knight. It harm touched me and killed me. Fuck. Well, shit. We will get down there. We will get down there. Right. Back to the rod. Hello again, my friend. How long is it on a quick buff? Oh, 7 seconds. Okay. Ability found shit. Get a recovery. No animation, just instant flop on the ground. Yeah, that's the way. Used to be you'd get a top-down view of your character and you get like death music and it'd be like you died. That was the AG. Now you get like a respawn window, like choosing where you respawn and shit. I think I can probably memorize up here. The grey mobs will aggro if I'm too close. Right. Get back down there. My wicked work is not done yet. Warrior Mage, Warrior Bard, Warrior Wiz. Fine. awkward. Oh, slows. I can't reposition that hardened skeleton on the side because we're rooted. Just gotta wait until they push me off the edge. Nope. How rooted can I be if they can push me off the edge? This is super awkward. I can't actually hit them from here, but they can hit me. Okay. Mobs don't care about walls quite as much as players do. I haven't touched any game in 2 days now. Life has never been the same. What are you doing with your time instead? Like studying or something, hopefully. 7 gloves. Living the dream. Lots of meetings. Cool. As long as you're doing well, bro. I wonder if maybe will-o-wisps don't have casting animations or something. That's why they don't seem to be able to handle having secondary classes. The spellcasters, they don't seem to do anything. Yes, I know you're a Shadow Knight. I'm quite aware you're a Shadow Knight, you arsehole. Absolute arsehole. Willow Pat's a scary year. No, we don't pull that yet. Over channel. See the pet as well. I suppose skeleton pet. I think that's okay. It resisted my lull, but because it's a pet, it doesn't have. It won't like come running to me. There we go. Now it's lulled. Now we can pull this. And this hopefully will pull the mummy as well. With any luck. Nice. I've done this enough times now to know what I need to do. Try to break through into it. sure there are experts who've played the beta of this for ages. You could do this with our eyes closed. We should be in recovery. I've shifted to inversion rather than recovery. Feign death reps. Hopefully this time the skeleton doesn't resist our lull. Or our feign death works. One or the other. Or we don't get shit arm touched by the random respawning Shadow Knight. Yep. Any of those things. Fine. Okay. Over channel. Pet is lulled. Can we lull the skeleton? We can. We want to lull this ranger. And then we want to fight the other ranger. Come over here. Don't mage me. Come on. Yeah. Inversion. Affliction resisted. Go recovery. Pound it out. I think we're going to level off this actually. By the looks of things, we're on 100% XP. Dude, that might help. That. That's just a fine steel dagger. We hadn't had one yet. Have a quick look at what we get at 22, but I don't think we get anything exciting until 23. Yeah, we don't have anything. This is a Ranger Beast Lord. Not really doing anything too scary. Weirdly enough, it doesn't have a pet either. It's got healing. It's high enough level to have healing. Fuck. I don't even have healing. Oh damn, we're not in inversion, are we? Cease. Okay, over channel back on. All this. In case. Just grab this guy's name through the wall. Well, him. Nope, never mind. Guess we're finding him. Oh, we're not in. Inversion. Probably need to be here. Oh, that was a life spike, not a heal. Have cease back up. Might get the sis back up. Resist. It was meant to be D-sis, not resist. He's got a bloom on him. Gonna heal a bunch. The bloom. Oh shit, I was too slow on that. Okay. We got there. Over channel. Nope. I'm not even sure if over channel is helping with the lull. This is a Shadow Knight. Over channel. Lol. Lol. Okay, we can get close to that. Lol here. And here. Lol here. And around the corner. Lol here. Lol here. Actually, we can just pull here. We can just pull this mob. I think. I hope. This should pull these two. Anyone else? I think we're alright. This is a druid. We probably need to kill this first. He is a wizard. Needs to be in inversion. He's gonna hit us with some very heavy nukes. Ah, fuck. It's timed that, really. Don't think we interrupt that. He's not low enough. Our Tishan's clashed. Assist that. Assist that. Flowering heal is kind of okay. Sorta. Sorta kinda. Probably low on hands for resources. This is gonna be a long fight. Assist that. Just that. I had flowering bloom up. Amend. He's out of mana now. We need to slow him. Not going to be chain casting anymore. Shadow Knight's almost out of mana. I'm spamming heals. And we need to re-slow. Okay, the Shadow Knight is actually out of mana now. I think we go to recovery. Pound it out. Hello, welcome back, Cyril. Thank God that was a druid and not a cleric. Might as well re-slow. Still get our money's worth out of it. There's a damage mitigation. Okay, the other Shadow Knight is a Shadow Knight Mage. This guy might have an immense range, so I have to be kind of careful here. Paladin Necro. Warrior Mage. Well, I guess we try and take out Mr. Paladin Necro. If anything, the Necro part might help us, because it will help him burn out of mana quicker. Let's try and lull this. I didn't aggro. Okay, good. Try and lull this. Okay. Oh shit. Interrupted my own spell. Okay, so he is single pullable. We go inversion. So he's a paladin. He is going to lay on hands himself. He is going to heal himself. And do all sorts of horrible things. We should really try to pillage him. Some of these buffs. Lay on hands is gone. And he hits like a beast. My lay on hands. It's a recovery. He's still going to be healing himself. The clouded farm all over again. They changed the spawn points at reset, and now they're all randomized. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sounds like a really shit farm, but I might try and do it anyway. We'll see. And we're gonna need inversion, or we're gonna get behind on healing. You can see it happening. Need to re-slow. And in cap. Just standing in each other's faces, healing ourselves. The paladin way. He's almost out of mana. Just the way it is, guys. We need to get recovery. We're going to run out of mana. We have our men coming up. Need to re-slow. on mend. Did you go to the Goblin's Abode in the Final Fantasy XI event? No? I don't think so. Unless you're talking about something I don't get. Okay, we did actually get him. The map for it, and fast I thought it was interesting. We should rebuff. Now that we are cemented down here. Boss sneak is crap. Is it? Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, that happens. I'm not going through the whole map, killing everything, then finding the Demon Kindred afterward. I guess they want the relics to be rare, right? We have to pull the Shadow Knight on this side, right? This is yeah, okay. This is gonna be a lot of damage on us. We have slow on both. There's no healer here. Inversion. Yeah, they want it to be a big thing. You shouldn't really be proud of exploiting, to be honest. I really don't endorse it. I think it's really shitty. I think we need to get recovery, damn. Need to really tax our mana. Shadow Knight got served, not really. It wasn't the Shadow Knight either. Wizards shown they don't punish exploiters. Yeah, gacha games can't really punish exploiters. But just because they don't punish exploiters doesn't make it cool to exploit. Like, it's a game you play against yourself, so really you're only losing by exploiting, if anything. You're not gaining any kind of advantage over other players because there's no competition. But you do you, you know? Just don't rub it in other people's faces. There's no need for it. And no idea it was an exploit. You knew it was an exploit, mate. Come on. It's like the ninja thing. Everyone knew it was an exploit. Come on. Is it game editor on all? Yeah, I mean, like, if you have fun, then it's cool. Karma. Is that karma? I don't know. Like, we knew it was an exploit. We absolutely knew it was an exploit. But yeah, like, you play the game against yourself. It's fine. If you wanna do that stuff, go ahead. Don't try to make other people feel bad about it, though. Kind of lame. Right. We need to over channel lull this. This is a paladin mage. This guy is absolutely no slouch at all. Again, the mage might help us because it's burning him out of mana faster. They're hitting us like a train. Had to check that he was slowed. He is indeed slowed. %1 HP regen per 6 seconds. I don't know if that shows up in HP regen. No idea. I think it probably doesn't because it's different. Like it's not. It might do. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Ow. Lay on hands. We need to be careful with our mana. We are also going to have to lay on hands. Because the shock of blades is stunning us as well. Need to be careful not to get caught out. We probably just need to lay on hands, get it on cooldown, so we can start working on it with smites. I'm not sure if I'm willing to take a nuke though, that might just kill us. That's a lot of damage. Need to re-slow him. Honestly, right now, a lot of the damage is just coming from these mage nukes. They're slapping us. I'm actually fine with him using healing instead of the mage nukes. I'm getting chunkoed by them. Need to re-incap him. We're going to have to go to recovery. We're not going to have enough mana to get through. Cleric nukes are fine. Healing is fine. That was surprisingly difficult. Oh, nice. It's a big upgrade. That went from +2 to +4. Ugh, a priestess. Ugh. Okay, that's the worst thing we can see. The dude on the other side is a cleric. That doesn't matter though. We are gonna need to med. I guess we pull this guy. He should be fine. So he did resist though. Version. Shock of spikes is so hard. Even though these mages don't have pets for whatever reason. God, I'm glad they don't have pets. I wonder why some of them summon pets and some of them don't. Weird. Do you have light on hands if we are desperate here? I think we're okay. What do you think of the new bomb mates? They're useless unless you are using the collab characters, in which case they're great. Get recovery. Ooh, he has another nuke. Okay, we need to lay on hands. Don't fuck around, just in case we miss. Right, we're gonna have to wait for mana. I should be feigning, shouldn't I? We could try and split them with feign. This priestess is going to be so annoying. Okay, so over mastery. Over channel, sorry. We will try to lull this guy. Okay. Have feign now. We'll try and do the double feign trick. We are rooted for 1 minute, unfortunately. Probably. Oh, never mind. We don't need to. We're off. Gonna nuke myself out of the route. Try to lull this guy. Fuck. Fuck. We cannot win this because of the healing. Hopefully there's no one casting on us. As League of Legends going, we are trying to do difficult things on the highest difficulty. These are still aggroed onto us. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Other than us getting Tishan's Clash. That's not so perfect. We actually really need to heal ourselves. We do not have mend. Need inversion. Ow. Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir, no. Please, sir, no. Be kind. Be gentle. Yeah, that's a nice spell. You cast that one. That's much better. Thank you. Yeah, we're just doing hard stuff. I figured it would be more fun. We're on the highest difficulty, just trying to like take on things that are over our level. In search for a big loot. The Windfall. Our boys back up here. Definitely want a med. Back to full. Our Feign Death is actually like kind of reliable now. A lot more than it was. Still got a long way to go in terms of skill, but it's more like a coin flip now rather than rather than just getting hit in the head by the coin. Yeah, it's pretty cool, lads. Okay, let's do it. Over channel. All this. This is Paladin Wiz, so this is going to be pretty much like the last time, except probably worse. Because Wiz is, in my opinion, scarier than Mage is. Needs to be in inversion. Because Mage, you know, no pet. He's going to blast us with Tishan's Clashes, which are massive stuns. Don't have lay on hands right now either, so we have to keep our health up. It's Tishan's Clash. We'll lay on hands himself in a second. There we go. Need to reslow. And cap again. Keep our health up. The nuke chains are pretty nasty. They get going. Careful of our mana though as well. Already low. Our Lay on Hands is back in a bit so we can taper that out in recovery stance. One more smite and our Lay on Hands will be back up. He'll have to start healing himself as well soon. There. Yeah, let's get recovery. Now Lay on Hands is back up. Slow. And in cap. Just waiting to Lay on Hands myself. Some of Yuzu is real. We need to heal immediately after this, just in case. Yep. I wouldn't be shocked. Ult Prish, yeah, of course, must be. She's been out for so long. Yeah, there we go, we're good. Mission accomplished. Elise ult. We haven't seen an Alter General Adventurer for a while. I think the highest chance of Elise Alter is as a Christmas unit. Because she's an elf. And they seem to do elves at Christmas. Yeah, we haven't seen a General Adventurer get an Alter in Wizardry for ages. Other than Christmas. August schedule. I think they have it on the English side as well. You got a thingy about it. Ooh, mote of greater potential. Okay, now we need to pull this side again. I forgot that we didn't actually break this properly last time. We just did a really scuffed feign death. Okay. So we need over channel. We try to lull him. Did work this time. Then we try to pull this. I don't know if this is going to pull him. I didn't. Excellent. Go inversion, and we can try and cease and desist through its healing, maybe. Because we won't have a huge amount of HP compared to the big boys. Cease. Assist. Ah, we missed. We resisted. Darn it. Cease. Nice. This one is more awkward because when we pull this guy, he walks on top of her. So we have to take both at once if we're going to pull them out here. This is a rogue. This is a ranger cleric, but it will have reduced. It will still have a mana pool. Right, okay. I guess we need to lull here. And then pull this. This is going to have a much higher health pool, so it's going to be harder to burst through. Renewing. Oh shit! We should be interrupting renewing echo. The heal, isn't it? We're not killing this for a second. That was promised renewal going off, I think. Final Fantasy 7 indeed. New Echo has such a short cast. At least its mana pool isn't too big because it's a ranger base. Final Fantasy 7 was your introduction to JRPGs, or to RPGs. Oh, JRPGs, sorry. My introduction to JRPGs was Phantasy Star on the Master System, 1988 or something like that. Loved it. Phantasy Star, yeah, that's it. Yeah, the original Sega Master System. This guy's a bard rogue, so he does fucking nothing. We can go recovery. Okay. heal ourselves a couple of times. Then we'll faint while we heal. Okay. Lol. Wait, let's pillage him. A whole host of buffs. It's a paladin beast lord. Inversion. Beast Lord spells not quite as threatening as Mage and Wizard spells. It's not even drowsying us. It's kind of surprising. Then our attack speed slow. But then again, I guess he doesn't have a pet, so that's kind of more surprising. He's about to lay on hands. Oh wait, did he already lay on hands? Oh, never mind. More powerful than I thought. Probably need to get recovery. Got mend coming up. Oh, we need to reslope, my bad. And in cap. Not low enough for us to give a cease and desist through the heals, unfortunately. Just need to wait for him to run out of mana. Okay, inversion. We have mend in a second as well. Haven't had to lay on hands on this one. Beast Lord not a very scary secondary class, not when they don't have a pet at least. You're gonna need to level a druid or whiz, yeah, for ports. Yep. It's a nightmare not having them. Druid's also really useful because it tracks. Although you might have another tracker. Yeah, you'll crush through wherever. Does. Shadow Knight is Shadow Knight Wiz. He is a monk rogue, so not too bad. We'll do the same as last time. We'll lull him. Then pull the knight. Whoops, I cast Spirit of Cat for some reason. In cap. Never mind. Okay, inversion. Get stunned for a million years. Titian's Clash. I don't want to be stunned. Okay. Lol. And we will take Corvin. And go recovery, I think. Should be easy enough. Just mend when it comes off cooldown. This one chap too. The bard, so he's not going to do anything nasty. Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely. Love to see that. This is a letter up to +4 as well. Yeah, I'm kind of addicted to being in these D4 instances. I kind of don't want to go back to non-D4. D4 is just fun. Like, there's so much going on. It's not efficient, but like, you also do get some cool loot and you get higher motes. Hi, Bellico. Demon Kindred now has requirement for them to spawn, and they spawn at any spots on the map. Not sure. Alright, we better met for this. Do you trigger something to reforge relic weapons? I do not understand the question, sorry. %300 sure they aren't supposed to just be bronze? Yeah, they're bronze when they're base. When you upgrade them, they will be better. Yeah, the stun immunity's very big, very large. This is a Paladin Shaman. I don't think Shaman heals for more than Paladin does, but we're going to get slowed and shit. Yeah, this might be quite grim. What do you mean by upgrade? There's a Goblin Blacksmith who will upgrade your stuff. You might not have encountered him yet. Might be on faster thoughts at this point, but I'm not 100% sure. It's not that long after you unlock the relic weapons. I can't tell you exactly where, sorry. You just unlocked it. Cool. Slow is very bad for us. Just try and pillage him. Should have done that first. My fault. We're going to have to go recovery. His damage output's not particularly high compared to like the wizard or whatever. I have gone over channel. An interesting twist of fate. I've hit the wrong keybind. Be slow. Ah, nice, you just got him. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, he'll sort you out. Oh, we should be in recovery. Parade is eternal. Just recast regeneration on himself. What an absolute hacker. Mid-combat buffing. What on earth? Who does that? Speaking of which, I need to rebuff. He's out of mana. Quickly rebuff. Granblue Fantasy live stream on August the 8th. Could do. Yeah, could do. When is it? Like, what time of day are we talking about? Is it in my stream time? Is it so? Yeah, maybe. $1600 JST. That's gonna be JST. So a couple of hours before I start stream. We'll see. Japanese with no subs. You could use an auto translate, but yeah, it probably isn't going to be that great. I guess we pull over here. This is Rogue Berserker, Shadow Knight Berserker. Okay, nothing too scary. Lawless. Slow this. Stop resisting my tainted breath, thank you. Thank you, Miss Rogue. This Rogue Berserker is very unthreatening. I've never been less concerned for my life. Oh, wait. Oh, really? That didn't aggro? Huh. Weird. I've done that before and it aggroed. Oh, nice. That's huge. We may as well take the soldier. We're making good time here. This is a warrior druid. We will have to chew through some healing, but won't have a huge mana pool. Code Chaos is fine, yeah. I'm not a huge fan, but I don't hate it or anything. Lelouch of the Rebellion. I let you chills. Oh, we're not in inversion. We're in inversion now. I've missed with my cease. I'm gonna blame you for that, Chili. I can't see what's happening. We've desisted. Oh, we missed the flowering heal. I don't think we're going to be able to kill it before it flowering heal times out. Too much HP on him. Flowering heal's about to bloom. Yeah, we'll just burn him out of mana. The warrior. Mana pool not great. And back to recovery, I guess. Oh, yeah, we're not in inversion. Lovely. I'm not the biggest spec fan, no. It's fine. It's a fine anime. It's like a 6 out of 10 anime for me. It's good. It's decent. But yeah, nothing like insano for me. Difference between mining the geodes on different floors than Daphne, I do not know, I'm afraid. It's a Paladin Shadow Knight. A misnomer. They're random geodes are activated each time you enter. But this guy has kept so much of his mana. Oh, that's because he lay on hands, of course. Pretty slow. I will get Magus. I think Magus is a really cool character, right? I think she looks super cool. One day, Susanna. Paladin Shadow Knight not very threatening. Does have a decent mana pool. Oh, that's not going to do it, is it? It's weird. How do we get a hand-to-hand skill? We did a round of striking, but I have no idea why. I gave you a summer item. Wow, that's incredibly good. What a beast. Pretty slow. Pound him down. Honestly, like, for just general encounters, I prefer sitting in recovery stance than going inversion. Having played around with it quite a bit now. It's a little bit slower, but you have so much more consistent regen. Shaman, Berserker, okay. Oh, no. No. That's not the right button. Oh, no. Oh, no. I fucked it. I forgot that. I forgot that the wall wouldn't block it here. Feign death fail. There's a healer here, so we can't just tank them out because there's the shaman. Oh, actually, the shaman's got low health. Maybe. We didn't pull Corvin, so yeah, we should be fine. We can actually do this just fine. Go inversion. They're both berserkers, which doesn't really do anything. Just need to kill the shaman, kill the rogue shaman. He doesn't have a lot of mana. Appreciate him not drowsying me. Like this. I wish you had her altar, but okay, I really do. But yeah, she's perfectly fine. Got Lana Order and a Benius, cool. Talking over how Glorybringer just dabs on the haters as a victory animation. Glorybringer? I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry, Susanne. He is Rogue Berserker, so he should be easy. We got regen, I think. Actually, we may not have that. Hold on. They may not have bought that. We have Cannibalize. We have Frost Strike. Yeah, I think we have regen. That's very useful, but we'll need another spell slot for it. Oh, nice. Massive stilettos. There's a paladin. Hi, Silga! How are you? Lay on hands has already gone for the soldier. Excellent. I love to hear it. You did a grade up lead exam. Did you finish it? All into Abenius? Yeah. Could do. You have her also, do you, Bellico? Or... you don't know. One of the butterflies. Oh, that's a normal version. I'm not a big Abenius fan. I don't think Abenius is particularly good. She is cool though. I think Abenius is really, really excels with a huge amount of investment. Other than that, she's just a pretty bog standard fighter. Bludgeoning Flash is cute, but without investment, it doesn't really do that much. Right, we need to sort our spells after this. What was it even under? Oh, beneficial? Heal? Beneficial? Miscellaneous? Oh, conversions. Cannibalize. Oh, what was the other thing? Oh, it was Nuke. Frost Strike. This is what, 150? This is about double. Double Spirit Strike. I think let's take this guy first because he's just quicker to kill. Oh, he's Paladin Rogue. He's still quicker to kill. Alright, let's grab the Rogue. Isn't Paladin Rogue a contradiction? We had a Paladin Shadow Knight a second ago. That was probably more of a contradiction. How much is our Cannibalize sticking for? Hit yourself for 51 unresistible damage. Oh, I can't tell because... Fuck. Okay, we'll try this again. Because before... First time I did this, it pulled the ranger because she walks on top of her. Ah. Weird. I'm there for it though. This guy's a paladin this time around, so he won't be a quick kill, sadly. We should probably also pillage him. He's buffed up to the teeth. Not anymore, he isn't. This is a victory. Is that a victory? Biggest question about Lana Alter is a fighter form outfit good? I don't like it personally, but I think a lot of people view it as better than the green one. I think her knight form, regular knight form, is her coolest look. Some people like fighter. I've met so few people who like fight. It's very unpopular. I don't mind it. I wouldn't say I liked it though. Oh, maybe we can nuke through this now. Shit, I just realized because we have Frost Strike, right? Frost Strike probably out damages this through inversion. The healing. I'm an idiot. People do not like Arboreus Priest, no. But then hardly anyone knows Arboreus even has a priest class change, let alone what it looks like. Arboreus is an elf who is touched by the stars, and he has an ability called Astral Break, and that's pretty much everything anyone knows about him, because it's really broken. Lol that. This fine chap. He is a warrior paladin, so nothing bad. I'll try and just blast him down. If it works. After his lay on hands. Lay on hands. I didn't realize the shimmering ruby stiletto actually isn't even lore. You can have 2 of them. Alright, we'll try our best. Oh fuck, that's the wrong spell. Oh, now we're gaming. Can actually kill without him running him out of mana. That's actually the dream. Kill this one quickly. Get recovery. That's actual so big gains. The hugest of gains. Haven't needed our lay on hands in a while. Already popped that off. It's for efficiency. Nope. All that. And pull Corbin. Oh, he is a cleric. He shouldn't have a huge mana pool, but he is a cleric. Let's pillage him. Kind of tempted to run a Milana Zide column since I got another free one from Bone. Yeah, give it a go. He's apparently people were saying or Capital was saying that his ability is miscoded or something, so that it doesn't have drop off on multi-attack weapons. He's probably exceptionally good with Cuisinados. I think that's why he's rated so highly. I think his damage is like insane. Maybe, yeah, Dark Chaos. Like, does his ability have an accuracy mod on it? Dark Chaos. Because if so, maybe, and if not, probably not. Cleric as well. Again, tiny mana pool. Yeah, it has a really high surety mod on it. But like, again, it's great where you're at right now, but it will drop off, I'm afraid. Could you please stop? You've been quite rude, sir. I'm just trying to put an affliction on you. You're stunning me. You're interrupting me. You're resisting me. I don't think it's worth frost striking him down. He only had one heal left. Oh, whoops. I just dropped in a balance stance. My bad. Don't want that. He's a paladin shaman. It's a bit awkward for us. Look at him showing off his envenomed breath. Such a better dot than we've got. Better get recovery. He'll outlast us. Zero Fist. I very much doubt it. It's a super underwhelming inherit, I think. Put that on hands. Oh, we should have pillaged him. We will do that now. We can try and blast him when he gets 50%. Version. We'll use our loud hands here as well. Just try and blast him down. Ah, resist. Oh well. We got that. It's a recovery. Lull him. That Ranger Bard. 2 weeks till, yeah, till the next set of story. It might be a super boss. It might be anything, really. We don't really know. Probably need to heal ourselves. We don't have mend or lay on hands. Being a little bit cheeky here. If I see a random green miniature guy approach me, are they perchance a bomb? A Tombury? They're Tomburys. It's like a Final Fantasy creature. They get stronger the more than you kill. This guy is Warrior Rogue. Such as Fane a couple of times. Tomburys I fight get turns after all of my actions and deal 300 damage per turn. Rough. Is that the cap, Cappy sir? Yeah, the more of them you kill, the worse it gets. Right, lol. And slow. He's a warrior rogue, so he's not going to really do anything. Let's grab the last point steadfast will. So we're done with it. No more stuns. Say no to stuns. He tends to be bobbing and weaving as my character does. But like... Sorry, Breen. Yeah, we're doing... This is D4 as well. This is the hardest difficulty. We've been struggling down here, and we've just got to the point where we're, like, strong enough to mess these guys up a bit. Everything down here has a second class. So it's a real crapshoot what we're getting. How are you in the family? Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Everyone's good as far as I know. My mum had a car vandalized. But other than that, she's good. Drunk people come up our road and like slam the mirrors half of our cars. It's the British way, you know. Rule Britannia. Guys, Cleric Paladin. Ugh. Not a big fan of that. Buckle up for this one. Had a party at your place last week and I just realized that somebody stole some of my kitchen utensils. People are fucked up, man. Especially drunk people. Once those inhibitions go, like... It really just brings out what, like... sly little fucks people are. You're still at the library, Boone. Oh. At the library in Final Fantasy 14 story quest. I was like, Boone's at the library? Man, that guy works hard. Man, that guy, even when he's not working, he's working hard. Fuck. Oh god, this guy's such a huge mana pool and penis. Unlimited heal works. You heard me, Nick. Oh, we should pillage him. We try to do this. That pillage one is so good, man. Like having a Bashi's Rod of Disempowerment. Nobody knows what that is. It was like one of the rarest items in one of the expansions. Had a clicky pillage enchantment on it, which was like a dispel. Here you can kind of get that really early on. Yeah, we're just blasting. We're just blasting. I hope. We're blasting and hoping. I don't think we can outdamage a cleric's heals, can we? Like we can Paladin. We need to save our mana. It's just going to be an epic. Cleric Paladin. Come on, son. Come on, son. Thanks, B. That's so nice of you, man. Thank you for gifting 6 months of sub to Dark Chaos. Very kind, sir. It's bothering me. This guy in chat without a sub. Fucking. Thank you, B. That's so nice of you, man. There was so. Where's my sob? It still makes me laugh every time because I just didn't even know that you could gift more than 1 month of sub to someone ever before. I've never seen it. I've never seen it anywhere. I've never seen anyone do that ever. Take your stuff, not the other way around. He is one of the lads, it's true. Dark Chaos spent a lot of time here. Can't read lads without, yeah, love deep space, yep. Gotcha, what's the brain, mate? That's why you gotta get out. This is a shaman, unfortunately, so he is gonna... shamans don't seem to heal that much. They didn't do all sorts of shit that's not healing. They maybe will be alright. Druids seem to heal a lot more than shamans. Clerics, of course, just heal constantly. The scum. Low life trash. The body says to do a roundhouse kick for us. I don't have enough room. I genuinely don't have enough room in here to even try to do a roundhouse kick. I will break myself, like on a wall, or I will break something else. On a wall on my bed. I'll just trip over. Like I have no movement room here. I'm lucky to be able to turn around, let alone do a roundhouse kick. Make a hole in the room. So these walls don't really make holes because they're made of brick. They'll make holes in me. Yeah, we've got good walls here. These are Victorian. It's like a Victorian like era house. Which sounds like it's a really posh fancy house, but it's just made in the Victorian era. It's like built with brick. Thick walls. Lol, the big man. Grab the rouge. Come here, rouge. Oh, why are you a paladin? Catch a break here. Yeah, it is. It is Stockhouse. Most of the buildings around here are really old. Go on, get your leather hands out of the way. You little blue dildo. Oh, I'm so cool. I've got lay on hands. I'm a paladin, a hero of justice. Don't look at my class. In GC Elite, we're really just, we're like kind of farming, trying to farm these. We got the Baron's Blade at +4 and this at +5. These are gonna just carry us through the leveling experience. Just they do so much damage. We've got a couple other things. This is a +7. Our leather tunic, really high AC for this level. The legs are at +6. The arms are at +5. Get a lot of good loot here. Wow, these are 20 AC as well. We've probably got a bit more of farming of this place to do too. So they might get a bit higher. 20 AC is like a huge amount at this level. It's absolutely insane. Oh, I should be nuking this guy. Inversion. Lull her. Grab Corvin. He is a Druid Rouge. Oh, we got the Ranger as well. So yeah, sometimes she comes, sometimes the other character comes, sometimes it doesn't. It's okay though. He is, she's not a healer. We don't have a problem. Probably blast this guy down. We can. And we can use our lay on hands if we need to. Just use it for efficiency, if nothing else. I should try to blast him down, but we only really got. He saved us up one heal. For a bit of time. Bobbing and weaving, baby. Our mend comes off in a second. Better get recovery as well. It's going to take us ages to get our mana back. Amend. Please don't buffer, thank you. Can you wait your turn, please, Baron Telex Vizair? What showed? Spam a couple of feign deaths. Wait for a mana to tick up. She's rocking the female MMO attire. Yeah, indeed. That's where a lot of those looks came from. These are the 1999 models. Dark Elves were like the hot race. There's still the hot race. All 12 polygons of them. Our Feign Death is getting a lot more reliable. Polygon count is just a number, Boone. I know a bunch of people who have been playing Classic League, and seeing what they've been saying has made me not want to play Classic League. Easy. Lol here. And you are a mage this time around. That's not too bad. The Shock of Blades. Shock of Spikes? Yeah, Shock of Spikes is pretty brutal. Quite a heavy nuke. Seems to be even bigger than the Wizard nukes. Ooh, dude. Alright, chill out, mate. No need for that. Okay, we need to go into inversion. Jesus Christ, man. He's just popped off. He's sticking it in me. Do we need to feign? Oh my god. He's dropping bombshells on me here. I might be dead. Fuck, we're dead. God damn. He just blasted the shit out of me. Just absolutely annihilated my ass. My Feign Death failed as well. Dude, he absolutely destroyed me. He just nuked me. I didn't have lay on hands all mend up, and he just nuked me from 100 to nothing. Absolutely destroyed me. Yeah, it's jungle support, right? I remember those days. That was Oh, dude, that sounds so shit. Sorry, I just realized what you said when you meant jungle deals no damage. I thought you meant jungle was like a second support. But jungle, as in the jungle mobs, deal no damage. That sucks. That's not Classic League. Dog shit. Nah, it sucks. That's not it for me. I think any form of League of Legends is probably not it for me, but that is especially not it for me. Fox, you better get to it, mate. You're going to be in big trouble. Daddy Boons on a warpath. Because there's catch. Oh, come on. It just gets worse and fucking worse, mate. There were things that I could have done there as well. We could have gone to Mage Hunter stance, right? I forgot that we have that. Mage Hunter stance. We have that, right? Yeah, because we got Paladin. Yeah, we should have shifted to that. We should have just sucked it up, I guess. I have to try and keep that in mind for the future. It's 50% magic damage reduction. Should be able to clean through these rooms a lot easier than we did before, though. At the very least. I'm loading in. The server's congested. If you were already on the server, then you wouldn't be having that issue, folks. What do you think you're doing being logged out? It's alright, I got you, Bean. How dare you be logged out of the game? Disgusting behaviour. Bet you're not even logged into Granblue Fantasy. Bet you're not even logged into Limbus Company. Do you even play games, folks? Fuck, man. I've been really slacking on my Granblue Fantasy today. After I finished the M3 grind. It's not going anywhere, is it? I do need to do the boxing event, though. I wish I'd pre-ground the things today. I could have done that. Having a healthier mindset. I've been playing Everquest all day, Boone. So, no. Sounds like variety. Yes. I've just swapped one grind for another. Like, I want to do the Daphne grind as well. I'm just juggling 3 massive grinds. What? Come play League was what? The final straw. I bet you wouldn't have been banned if you said come play Final Fantasy 13, Capital. Just disgusting fucking abuse from Fox as usual. Why are you a VIP? You've been a VIP for a really long time, Capital. I think someone gave you a VIP badge a while ago. No, there hasn't been a purge in a long time. We live in a time of peace, Capital. A time of peace. Oh, it's a cleric ranger. Fuck me. Fuck my dick sideways. Get these dots up. I couldn't give a shit about the ranger whipping me, but the cleric whipping me is a problem. Oh, don't stun me. Maybe a bell end. Renewing Echo. It's serious. Okay, she's got no mana. Guess that works. Oh shit, we're on Spirit Strike. We're on the wrong... We didn't save the layout. Thought it was hitting for not quite enough. This is a Shadow Knight Necromancer. Get myself a little top up. We're about to get harm touch. More than anything, this game just makes me want to play Monster Memories. Makes me want them to get Monster Memories out. It is fun, though. The power fantasy is fun. It's like the complete opposite end of the spectrum for this type of game than Monster Memories. Right, let's try and lull our way through the next room so we can get back to the camp as quickly as possible. So this guy around the corner here. Can lull him through the wall. There. 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 All that. All that. All here, and then just on our right. All here. Oh, fuck. Are you up by yourself? Yes. Okay. You are a Shadow Knight's Shaman. Little resist. Little cheeky resist. Yeah, Lull is pretty AP. I don't think we get Pacify until a very high level though. And Lull only goes up to level 30. So that's something I can only do in here. Once we move on to like Gook, I won't be able to Lull. Paladins don't get not Harmony, sorry. Pacify until like really late on. Right. Try again. Lol. Let me just pull this. Shadow Knight Necro. Cleric Rogue. Fuck. I guess that's not the worst. Right, you gotta die first. Big man. Just use our lay on hands really offensively here. Okay, he's out of mana. Just try and burn him down. Gonna need to get recovery. We land a slow. After we land a slow. We land a... There we go. Shock poison, that's a nuke. Hello, Ryu! What did you tune into? Probably poor Fox getting bullied. Like, poor... Boone's a bully. How are you, Ryu? Happy Friday to you, sir. I hope you get to have some rest this weekend. I know you've been working really hard. Ranger Bard, so it doesn't do anything extra really. Oh, now we have 100% stun immunity. It doesn't come up with the messages anymore saying we resisted stuns, which is nice. Melee stuns, I mean, obviously, not like stuns. Is this game beta? No, this is a fully launched game. This is Everquest Legends. This is actually like 1999 dungeon with 1999 models here. That may be why it looks a little unfinished to you, to the untrained eye. Okay, Mr. Mage Man, you absolutely dominated me a second ago. You really stuck it in me. Oh no, not at all, Ree. If you want to try and play, but keep in mind that it has a box price and it has a subscription fee, so it's not free by any means. Disgusting monetization. Yep, sub fee. Box price and sub fee. Oh yeah. Sounds like a good plan, Ree. These guys are playing right now. But lol, this guy. This time we'll go Mage Hunter if he's absolutely destroying us. To just... Oh. Thank you. Very kind of you. Just weather through the disgusting nukes that he drops. The sooner we push him down into 50% range, the sooner he'll start healing himself rather than doing the ridiculous nukes. We're actually going to have to do the Mage Hunter thing. We're in a... It's so brutal, man. He's such a savage. Something wrong with him. We can lay on hands ourselves. He's so little damage when we're out of offense stance. Ugh. Should probably just drop our lay on hands. Right, let's get back to offense. Now he's in healing range, he should use less shocks of spikes. I say as he just spams it twice back to back. Focus on this over M&M? No, not at all. This is more like a power fantasy game. We are making ourselves ultra powerful. We're going to solo a bunch of raid bosses. I think we might be able to nuke him down. Oh, not with that huge ass stun. Come on, son. Don't be like that. Him? Ooh, Baron Sword. Lovely stuff. We are going to need to rest for a second, though. We got completely blasted by that dude. This is NTE, yep. This is Night Run from NTE. Best thing I experienced in the game. Running myself thin? Nah, not really. It's good to have things to do, right? I enjoy all of the games I play at the moment as well. Like, I'm having fun with this. I had fun with Wizardry yesterday. I still have fun with Granblue. I have fun whenever we play Limbus. It's a lot nicer than playing some fucking trash can games that I don't give a fuck about, isn't it? Still have a bunch of single player games I'd like to play. I'm sure it did, Noche. Oh wait, let's go back up. Yeah, we should try and do this one first. Ah, Cleric Ranger. Where do all these clerics come from? It's like it's a darn cult down here or something. You have to go inversion. We might be able to just blast her down. Can interrupt this. Nice. We will. Oh. Well, I did cast the wrong spell there. But we should be okay. I do need to heal though. Maybe we might not be okay. We don't have instant heals. The damage output isn't too bad. As we spam heal. Get this guy slowed. I should be fine now. Just get to recovery now, I think. So much stronger than we were. Oh, beautiful. Ruby Stiletto +6. I think it actually has like a decent ratio on it now. Check out this clip streaming Deadly Sin's Origin. It wasn't a great game, was it? It was alright. Maybe for a 7 Deadly Sins fan. Come on, baby. We need to rest. What do we got here? Paladin Bard, that's fine. This guy's a warrior cleric. That's bad, but it doesn't really matter too much. What do we get at 24? Oh, we get Envenom Breath at 24. That's so good. That's a massive upgrade for us. Symbol of Transil as well, but I haven't bought it. Oh, we get Soothe at 25. Okay, so we do get an in-between Pacify. Alright, come here, Telex. This one should be a lot easier than the mage one that buttered our biscuit. Easy slam hands already. I wonder when we get the next slow. Alright, sneaking time. Yep, you're done with the map so you can fly on it. The classic. Nice. So this warrior cleric. I think we should be okay. Be able to do it in recovery. Till we have at 50%. Oh, I didn't memorize Envenom Breath, did I? I'm a fool. See if I can be cheeky. Nah, that's streaming, unfortunately. Guaranteed hits us while we're sitting. Venom Breath should be a pretty major upgrade. Yeah, 70, like 80 damage every tick. Thanks, Chili. Appreciate you. Nighttime shoot up type 5 might actually save Limbus. I'm there for it. Hello, Chili. Oh, life is a cat. She's gone all weird over a cardboard box now. I do have lifetime shoot. I do indeed. I actually use it quite a lot as well. It's a very reliable ego with an absolutely abysmal passive to it. Is it the other lifetime suit? I don't know. I don't know which one's getting updated. Ah, yeah, it's Sinclair. Yeah, I don't have Sinclair's. I have Don's. Oh, it's both lifetime shoes. Huge stew. Paladin Shadow Knight. I have to go inversion. Ugh. How bad is this at the pools? It's a wizard. 'Cause sometimes, if it ticks wrong, we get both. Fuck! Okay, we failed. Okay, we just got Corbin. And they lean into resource aspect. It would be cool, yeah. Yeah, it sucks with Stew, right? Because like it feels as if it would be a cool ego for fueling lust, but like it's so detrimental because it exchanges one of each, like one of two egos for one lust. Like you're literally losing ego resources every turn, and like generally, obviously you're sacrificing things that you probably need more than the lust because you're making so much lust. But at least it could be an even exchange where you're exchanging, you know, 2 ego for 2 ego. So it's Paladin Rogue, so it doesn't really do too much. Venom Breath is popping off. Yeah, that would be cool. For the buffs, I think you're talking about Sinclair's, right? Because Dawn's doesn't actually buff anyone. Right, sneak time. Oh, I'm in over channel. Whoops. Nice. Deal with that guy much better than we used to be able to. This is War Wiz. Need to be careful about getting mega nukes. You have lay on hands. We're probably alright. Oh, our Venom Breath didn't stick. Grab this guy while he's single. The Ranger Rogue. Can use low hands for tempo. Someone is pretty standard and simple enough. That's way too much resource. That's stealing from your other resource. Yeah, it's got a really bad passive. I mean, I can see the synergy. It makes more lust, but it's at what cost, you know? This is a Ranger Wiz. But not the end of the world if it does come. Ah, it did. Let's feign it off. Oh, we can. Okay. East Druid. Hopefully dies to the frost strike. Nice. Ranger, could you come around the corner, please? Thank you. We don't have easy healing here. Okay, slow landed, that's good. We are pretty tapped. Ow. Okay, we're alright. Good old feign death. Yeah, we're clean. Just wake up after a nap. I'm so tired, now you feel sore. That's no good, mate. You're a young whippersnapper. You shouldn't be feeling sore. Be bouncing back after like 5 seconds. Yeah, young whippersnapper. Yeah, but you're young. You should like your muscles should be regenerating like instantly. Let's lull this guy. This guy's a rogue, so nothing scary here. Dip into recovery till it gets down to 50. Oh, I'm in over channel, fuck. Keep doing that. That's just not quite as scary as it used to be. Oh, nice. That's blade +5. Ah. The soldier first. The Warrior Shadow Knight. Should just be able to get a recovery. I don't know what we're working on next for advancement. Maybe the 3 mitigations. I can't remember what they're all called. Natural durability, combat stability, combat agility, right? I think combat stability is the most important. Combat stability, then natural durability, then combat agility. Can't remember. They're all really good though. Become as gods. This is our Warrior Shadow Knight. Oh, slow did resist. We'll use our lay on hands here. The Ranger Wizard. He's Rogue Shaman. Did bring both. This is probably okay. That open was a lot of damage. We need to be an inversion. Badly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Fuck. Yeah, that was just a lot of damage. Again, I probably should have gone Mage Hunter maybe. To weather it. Just took me by surprise, really. Well, back down we go. I love being semi-stoned. Yeah. Don't we all, mate? Don't we all? That is a true Wizardry debuff. I should be in recover. Like. However, 11 does use undead slop. What's undead slop? Just random skeletons are undead slop, I see. As a enchanter, right? No, necromancer. Ah, we still have Tainted Breath on instead of Envenomed. This is a wizard. Ow. 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 It's a druid. Game version. We lull here. Lull here. Here and here. Here and on our left. Lull. All right. I've just body pulled this, but it doesn't matter too much. Slow that. Slow here. Okay, inversion. We are going to face a similar problem to last time. Nice. Oh, nice. We got the ruby as well. Good shit. Ruby from Rubinite, yes. Ruby from Rubinite just drops from this boss. It's actually kind of crazy. I didn't know they did a collab with them. Damn is right. I've read a little bit of that, folks. It's a Paladin Shadow Knight. Someone wrote a novel, yeah, classic. Turns out, super fan bases fucking suck. Every time, without fail. No, our reflection didn't land. Right, nuke him down. We actually merged this, we're wearing an iron visor. That is technically an upgrade. Yeah, the potions are crazy. The elixirs are crazy. Monsters and Memories news. Oh, just general invites. Whoa, they did 1,500 general invites. Okay, let's lull this guy. And pull our dear friend Telex. He is a Paladin Shadow Knight. Which could be scarier. Hello, son. Not too bad, thank you. Yourself? Why have I gone inversion now? Mend. Now we go inversion. Blast him. Right, team. Long day, but it's finally over and you can chill. I'm really happy for you. I hope you get to relax. You've worked really hard. Oh, this is Warrior Cleric. Means we have to inversion it again. Stun into hate myself. What are you? Enchanter. I should probably chill. I don't want to be chaos fluxed into next week. Oh, it isn't a safe pull there anyway, is it? The Ranger's Shadow Knight. Still working on our Feign Death. Feign Death's cap right now. 125, something like that. Yeah, 125. Getting there. Lull him and pull her. A wizard. Oh, hello there, sir. What an unexpected surprise. Mend. Neither of them are healers, so I think we should be okay. Sneak this guy down. Ooh. Get a nuke off there. Love to see another stiletto. Stiletto must be getting close to +7. Yeah, not that far off. We can change recovery. Just clash. Ugh. 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 This is Final Fantasy 7. Like a Paladin Ranger. I don't think Ranger really adds anything. We'll still need a bit of mana back though. Okay, back to practicing our Feign Death. Hey Libra! It's a very famous theme, Bellicose, so you probably heard it in other places. Videos and whatnot. Get out of the wall, please. Very disconcerting fighting a wall. Oh, that's the one you played. That'll be why. We're low on hands. Get back to inversion. And nuke him. Yeah, we're so much stronger than we were. Get to recovery, I think. It's a warrior berserker, so it doesn't really do anything. Shadow Knight Shaman. Probably need to wait for a second. Oh, fuck. Bane them. Unfortunate spawn. We take the two rangers together. The rogue and the ranger. This is rogue berserker. And this is ranger shadow knight. We probably kill the ranger shadow knight first. Slow on both. He's a rogue shaman. I think we should be okay pulling him. We have lay on hands at worst. Don't think we need to inversion shamans. Shamans don't heal very much. They do all sorts of random shit. They do heal sometimes, but not often. Try the new weapons. I give 2 reforged to greatsword, and it's not ebon. So I guess for me, its third reforge will be ebon only. Yeah, there are 4 reforges. That's why the last one's really hard to get. Is he? Paladin Druid. That's not as bad as Paladin Cleric. 4 reforges, yep. No, you'll get a silver weapon, but keep in mind the last one is rough. The last relic upgrade is rough. It's a lot of farming. Sometimes more people could do with being cock blocked, you know? Enough cocking in the world as it is. Kind of got this guy on a lot more on lock now, unless he gets a really nasty secondary. Just get for 50% shifter inversion. And nuke him. I'm sorry to hear that, Prog. It's from the demons, like, things that stand around, spawn randomly, or however the fuck they spawn. This is Warrior Ranger. Can get recovery. Get mend in a couple of seconds. On second run of the story, enemies will be harder. I did not notice any difference. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not. There's Monk Rogue. A Monk Rogue. Rogue Berserker, that doesn't do much. Rogue Necromancer, that isn't the worst. We have low on hands, we can give it a go. Let's go inversion. Slow the other one too. And then cap it. But we're doing so much better than we were. Yeah, the Notorious monsters are pretty brutal. Yeah, the relic weapons, even if you can't get the relic weapons max, like the relic weapon down is still extremely good. See you later, Cyril. Take care of yourself, man. Much love. All junk, it depends on your progress in the story. So the more you progress, the higher the junk will get. But also the higher the enemies will be. This is the first time we have managed to clear the entire camp. Huge gains. He's Paladin Rogue. We can probably take him straight away. Spell him. Get recovery till he's lay on hands. And got back down to 50. Yeah, that's a Tonberry. It's a iconic monster from the Final Fantasy series. The more of them you kill, the more everyone's grudge does to you. That's inversion. Oh, reapply envenom. Oh, +8 on the chest. Wow. That's exceptional. We're going to be wearing that for a long time. Warrior Enchanter. There's a pack with 3 Tonberries. Brutal. Probably lay on hands just for efficiency. Nice sleeves. Sleeves are the rare drop on him. Oh. He must have spawned just as well. What is he? Broken Mage. Okay. That's going to be a lot of damage. Do I need to feign? Do I need to Spell Hunter? This is something I think. We have Mend. Maybe we're alright. We just stay in inversion. Doesn't matter about us burning our mana, we'll get it back in a minute. Flash is gonna hurt a lot. They did not stick. Quite light on mana here. I don't think we can afford to invent a breath. Probably in-cap him. And then we need to save for healing. We're going to have to go... God, we might have to feign. Nah, I think we'll be alright. Recovery, we should be alright. He's out of mana now. Might get enough back for 1 nuke. We'll have Mend back in a second. Yeah, we're okay. Oh, what's up with the demon spawns now? I don't know. I've not... They've changed it twice since I last played, so I have no idea, I'm afraid. I think they're like randomized or something. Cannibalize a little bit. We got today. Paladin Berserker, that doesn't really do anything. We will have to lull now though. Right, lull this dude. Well, let's pull with this spell. Affliction resisted. And again. There we go. Play on hands. Chill out and recovery for 3 seconds. Swap back to inversion. Getting a venom breath back up when we eventually get unstunned. And nuke him. Oh, nice. Lovely stuff. Oh wait, let's do the soldier first. This is a warrior mage. This is gonna nuke us pretty hard. Might need to lay on hands here. The mage nukes are actually kind of crazy at this level. God, everything's resisted. Damn. Ugh. Man. Third time lucky on the Envenom Breath. We really need to change the recovery. Yeah, you got to clear out the rooms, or else they get support from the enemies nearby. A couple of seconds to med up. We can eat ourselves. Lol here. Grab the knight. It's a Shadow Knight Druid. We will need to nuke this one down. Version. And nuke. Good night, Bellicote. Take care of yourself, my man. You're going too, Bozo. Take care of yourself, dude. Have a good one, guys. I don't think Lala's going to help that. Did they hit the goal? Who knows? Even if they didn't, I'll probably say they did. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. We actually got comboed into getting backstabbed. Oh, that's a priestess. Fuck. Shit. Oh, God, we're in such a bad place as well. Gonna have to lay on hands here. We get a slow up on this stupid priestess. She's a mage too. Popping off on us. We're gonna have to lay on hands. Oh God. That was slow. We feigned it off. Right, that's awkward. We've been priestess free for quite a while. Right, we're gonna have to pull the priestess separately. Oh, fuck. It's really hard to pull from that aggro. Okay, we're going to have to nuke her. And what can we do? Just getting stunned up the wazoo. Awful. Right, let's go inversion. Inversion. Nice. He's just a monk rogue, so he's not very scary himself. All the power is actually in his priestess. Probably lay on hands here for tempo, so we don't have to med. Paladin Shadow Knight. Car. Envenom Breath resisted. Ah. Bye, Bellico. Scream it into the void. He'll probably hear. Let's do inversion. Blast. Gonna have to deal with that entire mana bar. This is Warrior Berserker, so it doesn't do much. I think Belly's gone. Seems a bit tuckered out. It's Paladin Shadow Knight. Not sure if we can damage through the healing without blasting him, but we don't have much choice. Because we do not have any mana. We definitely do a lot more melee damage than we used to. I didn't even look at what we got at 25. Oh, we got Soothe. Oh, we don't have that scribed. We got Rising Dexterity. Oh, we got Form of the Bear. That's cool. We're going to have to take a little look at that. Love Form of the Bear. Interleave method. I don't really know anything about it. So we have Rising Strength, right? Oh, do we not have Rising Strength? Oh, it's Rising Dexterity. Whoops. And Form of the Great Bear. I guess we buy another Star Gem slot. We're going to want them all anyway. I have no idea what this is under. Ultimate Beneficial, Illusion, other Form of the Bear. Now we can be a bear. Cleared for one and only got one, and only one pack kept respawning, and now it's a demon after 4 tries. Ah, okay. That might work then. You've seen Ixar becomes wolf. Now see Ixar becomes bear. Oh, baby. Oh, these are both going to come anyway, aren't they? Sometimes he like cuts cuts out early. Get him back. Let's go. This is a Paladin Berserker, so nothing too much. Oh! Oh, never mind. I thought we put both then. My bad. Oh, you have only 15 minutes left before this expedition comes to an end. We've been in here for a while. Inversion. Warrior Bard, so it does really nothing. Ranger Beast Lord. Oh. That's weird. It knocks us out of illusion. What was that? Searing arrow. Weird. I guess it's not worth messing around with the illusion. For whatever reason. Shame, it's free regen. See you, Fox. Take care of yourself, man. Much love to you, dude. Are you off to work? Stop just before the King Thornton fight. Oh, that's a sick fight. Can look forward to that one at least. Oh, that's a resist. Like a very easy pair. Corbin really doesn't want to be walkingly slapped though. Wow. Just resisted everything. Wasn't interested. Oh, nice. I think this is one more. Yeah, one more. +7. Let's see, it's Paladin Beast Lord. Anyone seen any Spider-Man movie? I've just heard people ranting and raving about it. Like it's the second coming of Christ or something. You're watching it tomorrow, you have to let me know. It's all it's cracked up to be. Spider-Man? Spalkamon. It's like Pokemon. Came with the hangs. Ah, it's all good. I hope you have a great time. Rogue. Easy, easy peasy. You won't have bangers like Lufia the Legend Returns, the seldom heard of Game Boy Lufia. Yeah, they probably won't, you're right. Probably not. I would be shocked if they did. Nice, they got to +8 as well, the legs. Wow, that's so good. As upgrading your gear while farming even work. So this is one of the things that one of the changes that they've made on this server. When you get duplicate pieces of gear, you can use them to upgrade each other, and you also get motes that drop that you can use to upgrade the gear to, and it goes up to a maximum of +10. Each level takes more and more and more like gear experience to be able to go up another level, and with it, each gear level like is a bigger gap than the one before it. So it's just a case of getting the same item a lot of times over. When you do things on a higher difficulty, there's you get a higher plus, like base plus on the gear, which means the gear is worth more points to try to upgrade your existing gear. I can already guess how the Spider-Man movie is. Spider-Man feels OP at the start. He gets surprised by a new villain. Makes him realize he's not that strong. He was depressed, but through a random normal human, he realizes that he had the power all along. I actually think it's quite different to that from what I've heard of it. It actually like subverts normal superhero movie expectations quite a bit. Stop spoiling the movie. Yeah, I mean, it's a good shot in the dark. So by camping down here, I'm mainly looking for the weapons off of the two bosses, but they also have some really good other drops too. The chest is there. The chest and legs are their common drops, and we've got them all the way up to +8 now. So the stats are like mega on them. We'll probably be using them for a long time. It's a paladin by any chance here. Figures. Oh shit, we need to swap to tail rake. Tail rake. You get flying kick at 30. That's the real big boy monk move. Let's pull with the spell. Oh, yep, I forgot. I forgot our instance was about to reset. Been in here for ages. Guess there's a little rebuff then. We'll head back down. We at the very least want to get one more stiletto because it's right on the cusp of 7. Get our new instance up. This is like the peak solo experience. It actually is like it's really, really really great like power fantasy solo experience. This is not what I would really want from an MMO, right? But it's a cool experience, and I'm having a lot of fun just playing through like this. There's a lot of power fantasy stuff going on. As someone who has a lot of experience with the game, it's very fun, like being able to combine together the classes in that way. Yeah, like what Monster Memories provides is very, very different. It's that's what I really want from a game, right? I love community. I think. Oh fuck, I'm an idiot. That's what you really want. That's what I really want from a game, because I think the community is what drives like perpetual content, because you make content by hanging out with people and doing things with people. That's like the real content of games. That's the real end game for me. And yeah, this game, I mean, it isn't like it doesn't have multiplayer, but like, I don't know. But one. You can do it all solo. And it's not like they've nerfed the encounters, they've just like increased your power to make you match the encounters, which I think is like really cool. There's so much potential for growth. You know, I love a bit of growth potential. With 2 equal level players, yeah, it could be cool. Something knocks us out of illusion, which is kind of this illusion. It's kind of sad. If we had shrink, maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it's like some kind of model issue. Yeah. I think it's a ranger thing. It's like ranger flame arrow or something. For some reason breaks our illusion. Searing arrow breaks our illusion. I don't know why. Weird. I can't bear it. The dot. It's not a dot. It's like a ranger nuke. Flame arrows. Like a flame arrow nuke. It's always that spell that breaks it for some reason. Very liberating being able to run around in here now. After we were having to like stealth through it earlier. There's Paladin Shadow Knights who lay on hands. Who'd lay on hands? Yeah, our tail rake isn't leveled up. We'll level quickly though. Yeah, I figured people are just crying a lot about, I don't know. It'll probably be fine when I do it. So people have worked out what's going on with it. I'll just be like, guys, how do I farm this? Cappy or someone will tell me. Oh shit. Oops. Got a little careless there. I don't know when we get our next heal. Heal. I have to show unscribed. Raider healing 29. Ooh, that was a little risque. We have our shit, so we'll be alright. Oh, they're weak as well. Ranger Berserker. Garrus thinks that it's a necromancer. Cappy Sword, do you know how many attestations and fragments per weapon? Gary's asking. In case you didn't see. I assume he's not asking me. 45 and 45. Thank you. Ah, they're tradable as well. Wow, +9 is so long. I think we're really just looking for one more ruby rapier, ruby dagger, and then we'll probably get out of here. But we are so close to the +7 stiletto. Do need dispatch? Oh really? They have one there. That's cool. It's Paladin Ranger. Resisted slow. And again. Yeah. We don't have an instant heal right now, so we have to take a little care of ourselves. I am looking forward to playing some more Wizardry and delving into the relic stuff. This came at a bad time. It is warrior ranger. Shadow Knight, Beast Lord. She went really wild. She ran all over the place. Rocks are hard to path around. I think we'll lay on hands here. It's for efficiency. Are we tiger clawing as well? As well as tail raking. That isn't right. But our tiger claw is going up. Weird. Oh shit. TPC fucking around looking at Tiger Claw. A little close. There we go, there's our stiletto. Right, I think we've got like everything we really want here. We could stay for longer, but it's not like it's really good XP. I guess we get level 26. Right on the edge. You never want to be left right on the edge. You always want completion. Eventually. Ugh, priestess. Yeah, healing. How original. You know what the tradings are for? Yeah, you can trade for different items that you need for your relic weapons and other stuff. Oh god. That is a fucking horrible stun. I will have to lay on hands out of that. That's grim. I actually PvP'd me. Relic weapons, yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there, Sage. You'll get there, mate. There are weapons that you can, like, progress and make really powerful through the collab. You get to keep them. It's the best shit. So true, so true. Oh my god, this guy did so much damage. It's fucking mage. Mage is a disgusting class, as it turns out. Mage is a criminal class. With infinite damage, as it turns out. As it turns out, at this level. Right, we're out of here. I don't think there's anything else that's worth waiting for, really. Like, it'll take so long to get more sleeves, that many sleeves. I think we need to just go and buy spells. Cash in our fortune. Yeah, they're really powerful. Saw some on the shop. Am I supposed to buy those? Yes. Yes, you should probably buy those. Paladin spells, right? Spells. I guess we just buy everything now. We are rich, I think. Maybe we don't buy everything. I don't know. We buy all of the things that we're missing. Inventory's full, yeah. We don't have bags. Those are super expensive. Divine Vigor and Divine Purpose. Wait, so as you develop first, regenerating your hit points while slowly draining your mana. Weird. Weird spell. I don't think you would ever want that, right? Unless heals for a lot. It's like the opposite of Lich Form. Wow, this is not a custom spell. I did not know that this existed. Increase mana by 3 per tick. Increase hit points by 8 per tick. Interesting. Like a regen, but a really shit one. A Wave of Light, that's group heal, right? The expensive spells here, I think, are Paladin specific. That's the Paladin Haste, for instance, which is not really something that we need. Thunder Karana, do you? Oh, nice. It's a mana drain. It's actually quite useful. I don't understand this spell at all. It was 125 damage. It's a terrible, terrible spell. I don't know why it's like the capstone thing. I have no idea. I think you can buy all the cheap spells at the very least. Because these are just like low level cleric spells. Oh, no, not that. We'll eventually have enough money that we can buy all of this stuff without even thinking about it. That should be good for now. We have to still buy our shaman spells as well. Maybe I got this right, yeah. We had the hilt, we got the head. We can take those and do Reaper of the Dead quests, which is actually really, really useful. Not right now, though. Shaman. Most of the reason to buy these is to just increase the visibility of the vendors so we can see what we're missing. Just, oh, visual range. Spyglass. Oh, we already had that. Fuck. Oh, we actually get haste at this level. Quickness. The guards is at 27. That's first real powerful slow. Oh, cool. That's actually like torpor. Healing 120 hit points per 6 seconds for 24 seconds, but vastly decreasing movement speed. Right. How much more am I buying here? It's about to start getting really expensive. Beely. Can we get down to Venom of the Snake? Oh, Curse is pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, Curse is quite strong. By the time we get down here, we'll have earned back all that money. We'll have more, probably. Your Discord has been hacked. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. You gotta start trying to sell us Mr. Beast coin. Soka. Go back to the Paladin vendor a second. Oh, wait, what's this? Okay, cool. Where are we going now? I think I'm going to Runny Eye first. To get the clicky damage shield. Need to double check. Yeah, it looks like Runny Eye. Blood Gurgler. Not Runny Eye, sorry, Crushbone. Crushbone, I'm stupid. Yeah, Crushbone. We could also go get the Shrink key, I guess. At Blackberry. Let's go do that first. We have all the ports, so might as well. So rituals. We are going to Shuffle Glade, I think. They will not like us in Shuffle Glade. We might be teleporting into our death here. I can't really remember. Don't think they're big XR fans in here. Man, it's been a long time since I saw this area. Natural selection of word. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. No, no. You're only level 30. You're alright. You can keep your natural selection. Darn druid. Tree hugger. Yeah. Nothing worse than a tree hugger. Oh, we're gonna train these guards. Oh, it doesn't matter. We can just feign, can't we? I forgot we can feign. Oh, no, our fein's failed. Our feign has failed. I repeat, our feign has failed. Leave this land now. We're trying. We're trying to leave this land. We're trying. Look, you see, we're dead. We're dead, brothers. We're dead. They're going to go back and tell their guard squad. They're going to be like, where we were chasing this fiendish lizard. And then he just dropped dead out of nowhere. A fine job done. Yep. Under the threat of the flashing blade of these fine cheerful glade guards, I didn't stand a chance. Oh, they're done. They're not resetting. That's weird. But they are. They have to stop aggroing me. Just gonna rebuff. We're going to Blackburrow, which is a knoll place. We're just having a little dip into there. It's a lower level zone. It's like an alternate kind of Befallen. But there's an item that they added, which is a shrink clicky. We have shrink, so we don't really need a clicky. It just saves a spell slot. Some faffing around. Fuck. We don't really need bear form because it's kind of broken. So I guess we put symbol of, what is it? Symbol of Transil. No. And we have center. Because we didn't have enough buffs already. What's next? Yeah, we're going to camp a clicky. I think it's, I kind of know where it is. I kind of sort of know where it is. It might take me a little bit of searching around. Right. We probably need to start our own instance, don't we? Great instance. What the hell? Oh, he's a cat. So cool. He's a Karen. We will make our own instance. It's a guaranteed spot. I think it. I don't know whether it's rare or common drop. I don't know 100% where it spawns. I have a general idea of where it spawns. It's a custom mob, so it is not something that I remember. I was never really that familiar with Blackburrow anyway. Blackburrow is barbarian territory. Barbarians are stupid. I think it's down here. I think this takes us down into the bowels of the Knoll base. Across here, I think. Oh. Oh, well, I mean, there is a mob here. Oh, fuck. I did not rememorize my spells. It's alright. These are not super high level. We have our mend. We have our lay on hands. There are a lot of mobs here, though. Patch of Knoll fur. I'm not sure if any of this stuff is going to be worth picking up. So this must be a mob that they added, Sabertooth Overseer. Way below my level, indeed. Like barbarians live in the frozen north up here. In this absolute wasteland, like winter wasteland. The Knoll Fangs, I think you take them to hand into Kenoz. F a faction there. Got a hardened bark breastplate. Wow, that's really good. It's not going to be as good as this beast, but it's really, really good. This is a +4, so AC 22. We should probably take this and put it in our any slot. That seems like a good idea. It's a lot of stats to go in our any slot. We can feed these into the other one. Yeah, I need to redo my spells. Stop in the name of the law. I think we need regen on here too. Regen is a very short buff. Illusion. Oh yeah, we need quickness on here as well. Shit. Yeah, we can do both. Regen, health, duration. Oh, this is actually a much longer buff than I thought. This is really, really short. Whoa, that's so short. That's shorter than it even says it is. It says it's 11 minutes. It only lasts for like 6 and a bit. Ah, this is it. This is it. Refugee split pool. This is the... Oh. Nobody saw that. Revenue split pool. This is the mob. Drops her shroud. But I think it has 2 drops. They said it was 11 inches. They actually meant 6. Yeah, genuinely. That's so disappointing. There you go. We got it. No fangs and no fur. Let's just have a little quick look. See whether I actually want them or not. No fang. Rated no bounty. Yep. That's Kinos faction. And null fur. Null fur. I think you can use it like Halas as well by the looks of things. This is Rogues of the White Rose faction. I don't know if we give a shit about that. Oh, that's Halas Rogue faction. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Guess we can store them. The shroud, we can. Oh, it's actually going to be better than what we're using. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's actually way better than what we're using right now. But we can eventually just put that in our storage. Oh, you have to target for it. So you can cast it on other people. Cool. This is the Joy of Shrink. We shrink twice as an XR? We can only shrink once, alright. Oh no, we can shrink twice. You'll love to see it. Oh! Did it again. Where am I even dropping off? It's just a little gap. Which of the 3 Wiz collab characters is worth pulling? Artem. I don't think any of them are worth pulling it for the average player. I think they're all... None of them are particularly incredibly special. If you're going to build one of them, I would say Prish, because she's just cool and different. The other 2 are just like kind of fighters. They did indeed, Boone. I don't even look at anything. I don't look at anything Project Moon related. Project Moon are awful at spoiling their own game. They, like, every piece of media they release runs a great risk of them spoiling their own stupid fucking cantos. I hate it. Oh, this is really useful as well. We've made out like bandits here. Huge. Yeah, they seem pretty, or KJ seemed pretty sure they could meet that deadline, right? The second one. We can only hope. Yes, that's right, Gary. September the 17th? Something like that. Oh, we can teleport out of here again now. Next stop is Lava Storm. we will be running to Najina. Where I have to remind myself how to traverse Najina, which is a zone full of traps and shit. Oh wait, no. No. We gotta do Crush Bone first. Crush Bone. Crushy Bone. We need Greater Fade Arc Gate. $120, man, that's rough, Capisaur. How many did you pull in the end? So how has this been feeling compared to retail or Project 99, etc.? Is this like the Everquest to play or the hot new flavor of the year? So I haven't played Everquest in about 15 years. Just I'll preface here. The last thing I played was like Ragefire TLP, whenever the fuck that was. Like the first TLP that came out. I think this is an experience. If you like a power fantasy and you like the idea of a private server, like a Classic Plus server that is actually officially endorsed by Daybreak and thus won't get shut down, they won't stop making content for it, and it will continue to provide content for you for a long time, then this is a perfect server for you. Like really, really perfect. It seems very high quality, very high effort, as you would expect from a monetized release. If you are looking for an average EverQuest experience where you go around and hang out with people and do groups and that kind of thing, you're not going to find it here. It's the total opposite of that. If you want something like that, I have seen a lot of that good shit in Monsters and Memories. Hopefully that explains. Hopefully that makes sense. Like and get it honest, I always wanted to play when I was a little kid, but my friend's dad was like, no. Yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, I don't know. It's a really good... It's a really cool way for people to experience this era of EverQuest in an official capacity. And totally solo, like you can experience the whole game by yourself. You can get this really cool power fantasy going. You can feel some really heavy progression. They've redone the systems super well. I think it's really fun. I just don't think it's like EverQuest, you know? If you want EverQuest, you probably want to go and play Project 99 or wait for like Monsters and Memories, which won't be EverQuest, but it'll be like very EverQuesty EverQuest. Read every MMO since EQ. Wow. I played a lot for many years, but I don't know. A while ago, like MMOs kind of lost their luster for me a lot. Yeah, I played all of those. Eventually, like they just stopped making MMOs really, and all that were left were like just Korean grinders. And now that's all we really see nowadays is MMO releases. We just see Korean grinder MMOs. It sucks. They're all the same as well, just with different coats of paint. I've played enough of them to know that. Right, I do not know where the guy is in here. I have no idea where Blood Gurgler is. Never go into Project 99 because the learning curve seems massive. Yeah, it is. Team of communication needs. Yeah, it's not as bad as you would think. I think the problem is in Project 99, a lot of people already know what they're doing, right? And because of that, it feels like there are expectations. And that's really on them. That isn't on the new players. That's on them. They should, you know, they should endorse new players. They should be helping new players and encouraging new players, not gatekeeping, you know? So if they are doing that, oh, fuck. I really thought we could make that. If they are encouraging, if they're not encouraging that, then honestly, it's their fault. They're the ones fucking it up. If you play a game as a new player and people get mad at you for not performing, then that's fucking on them. Fuck them. Like, you're a new player. It's their job to teach you. And they should be happy to, at that. Oh, we need to make an instance in here, don't we? Because, like, bringing new blood into an old game is always good. If Canto 10 is scheduled for September 17th, you'll get to finish it for the beginning of October, just in time for M&M. I'm not ever really bothered by Limbus releases, Boone, because Limbus releases are over. They're like a day's worth of content that's spread out between 3 days. It's just never really an issue to fit in Limbus. And even if I usually play the Limbus content like a day or two after it comes out, because not a lot of people watch me when I play Limbus, but the people who do, like, they generally want to play it through themselves and then watch me play it. Because otherwise, you know, it's like spoiler shit, right? So yeah, quite often I just wait. It's kind of flexible. It doesn't really matter too much. I'm not gonna have an issue with Limbus ever. Where could if I were Blood Gurgler, where would I be? I'd probably be... I don't know. I guess I'd be gurgling some blood. I guess. I could switch to Druid and Track, but that would be kind of cheating, wouldn't it? Kind of dirty. Yeah, like when I used to do it on the day, I would have loads of people being like, "Oh, I need to go. I need to not spoil myself." And I don't know, that just feels bad, doesn't it? Like, the whole point is so we can do it together. I don't mind waiting a day or two. It doesn't bother me. It's all the same to me. I'd rather enjoy it with people, you know? Oh yeah, of course. They keep prisoners in here. They keep, like, slaves in here of all the different races. It's been so long since I've been to Crushbone, man. Yeah, the orcs are pretty evil in this world. I don't know a huge amount, despite having played it for such a long time. I don't know a huge amount about Everquest lore. Just bits and pieces, really. Oh, hello. Hello, Royal Guard. This is where Emperor Crush is, I believe. I don't know if Blood Gurgler's in here too. Guess we're gonna find out. Oh! Hi. Hi, Marrowbane. You're not Blood Gurgler, but you are an A-mob. You are one of the added NPCs, I think, so you can see what you got. I jumped out onto what I thought was solid ground, but it was actually a hole. It was a pit. They've got slaves in here mining. digging holes, you know? Just things that orcs like. Who doesn't like a good hole, to be honest? I have to buy a fucking laptop. Yeah, they can't. It probably doesn't work on Chrome. Is there fishing? Yeah, you can fish in Everquest. It's not. I don't think it's particularly. I think they're actually. I think they might be redoing fishing. I know. They want Monster Memories to have a pretty big fishing thing. Maybe I'm mixing up the two. Grimy black silk robe. That's not useful to me, but that is a cool item. The Prophet. And the Prophet's pet. Can't kill that. Oh, this has stats on it. That's interesting. Would you rather use that than this? Probably. 8 so far, that has HP. Maybe. Yeah, probably. Like the Prophet. First name the, last name Prophet. His parents didn't like him much. It's okay, the pet escapes, probably. Running Fade Arc mask. Oh wow, this is pretty decent. We don't have a mask right now, so can I use this? It does seem like we can. It's his face, right? Yep. We get to wear an elf face. Seems perfectly normal. Blue orc head. Sealed note. Let's have a look at this. This is something here for the Screaming Mace quest, maybe? Blue orc head. For the Falchion quest in Northern Felwith. I can honestly say I've never done that quest. Falchion of the Coada V, that's High Elves. I don't think we need that right now. And a sealed note. So crazy seeing all this stuff again. It looks like it's just lore, maybe? Oh no. Oh, you need this for Soulfire. Do you? Oh no, sealed note from High Keep Bank. No, not the same sealed note. I do want to do the Soulfire quest later, because Soulfire is really good. But that is a future project. seeing that guy respawn. I don't know what the respawn rates are like. So you can see Emperor Crush up there. Still no sign of Blood Gurgler. Oh, I mean, there's blood here. Surely Blood Gurgler must be around here somewhere. It only makes sense. Where there's blood to be gurgled, surely Blood Gurgler must be nearby. Bonefire? Close. I'm not seeing any bones around here, but I'm seeing plenty of blood, so I'm not sure they're not sure they got their names right. We are getting pushed off of this edge. Slowly but surely. We're rooted, so I can't move. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. 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 Yes. Push me back in. Push me back in. Push me back in. Master Crush Brain Sulky. We can probably use that, can't we? Oh shit, we can use that. We don't have a range slot yet. Fuck yeah. We're cleaning up in here. Right, let's go see Emperor Crush, I guess. Lord Darish, also similarly, again, not Blood Gurgler. Am I old for thinking this game actually visually looks really good? Okay, so I'm really biased. So I see this game so much through rose-tinted glasses. I can't really tell you. Like, I have so much nostalgia in this game. It's really hard for me to detach from it. Like, I think the game looks very clear and I know everything that I'm doing and there's a lot of visual clarity, but I know for a fact that that is not the case for everyone. Elvish Tapestry. Fuck yeah, man. We've got a cloth cape on. This has got me fucking rigid. Absolutely rigid. Fresh Brain battle plans. Some of this shit is for Screaming Mace. I don't know exactly which bits. I think we go up the tower. What's going on here? It has real flavour to it. Yeah, I mean it. This was made in 1999, right? This is how it looked in 1999. Oh my god. Better lay on hands. Was not paying any attention. Ambassadors here. Yeah, this is like... This is made in 1999. This is what it looked like in 1999. And I think, you know, especially when you consider when this was made, it looks really good. The fact that all of this was traversable is... It was incredible back then. It was genuinely like mind blowing, right? And I still think it's pretty playable now, you know. But I'm really biased. Lucky I like you. Thank you, Boone. That's so kind of you. Boots. I don't think we need boots, do we? Maybe we do. I think our boots are banging. Got a black heart. Why do I not remember any of this shit? Oh, Braces of Battle. They're a thing. I forgot they were a thing, but they are a thing. Can absolutely use those. I don't know if we use that over that. That's a lot more AC. But we definitely use these either way. Oh, interesting. Braces of Battle aren't even unique. Hey, didn't I just see you downstairs, the Prophet? Hold on a second. Didn't we meet outside shortly ago? Would have scout shoes. So these boots have Edge 9, 10 AC, some safe cold on them. These are AC 6. Oh, but they have Edge and Dex on them. Some more saves. Don't know if it really makes a lot of difference. Disgusted padded shirt. Probably not for us. Because our chest is kind of bonkers. Ringmill Chino. Oh man. What a beast. But again, it's a chest. It's probably not for us. Whoops. Black Heart. That's for Crude Stein. Back in, Man, Crude Stein. That is a throwback. Crude Stein back in, Orgok. What about Crushbone Battle Plans? I can't remember what the Screaming Mace quest was. I hope you get better soon. It always makes me laugh when I see you say that. I don't think we can get anything out of this. Right, we've got to find Blood Gurgler. That is the true reason that we are here. Find the legend that is Blood Gurgler. So if he's not in the castle, and he's not over on the mines, where the fuck is Blood Gurgler? Like, why is he not gurgling this blood? The only place here that has blood in it. Surely he would be gurgling this. Maybe if we swim down into the blood. Maybe he's down here. Maybe he's gurgling the blood down here. No, it's not. It's worth a try. Gurgling on D's. He might be. He actually literally could be. Wouldn't put it past him. It's Marrowbane again. Sup, Marrowbane? You seen your mate Blood Gurgler around? There's a mob that spawned in here, maybe? Just lay on hands himself. Hey, Desarch! Yeah, I could, but it feels like cheating. I'm having fun running around. He doesn't have a place, like they don't do placeholders on this server, so he'll be up when I find him. Aha! My man. My man. Hello. Hello, Mr. Gurgler. Sir Gurgler. Hello there. Now, why would you be out here when there's some perfectly nice blood to be gurgled in the keep? This guy drops a chest that has a damage shield clicky on it, which he has not dropped. Ribbone stiletto. That is not bad, but not useful to me right now. So we're gonna have to wait for him. We can go and kill the names in the fort, I guess. Again, I guess. That was over here. Ah! Ah, the Royal Guard is at it again. Yeah, the spike traps do like 200 and something damage. They don't fuck around at all, Libra. They're not they're not playing games, brother. You're playing games, stepping on them. Oh, hey, chokehold. Didn't see you around here before. They've got such cute names, all these orcs. You got for us, chokehold? Armband of serrated teeth. Interesting. It has no armor class on it. I'd rather have braces of battle, I think, than that. But they're not bad. I guess we'll take them in case we get more. Royal Guard's so lame, man. Get out of here. Stealthing around. A relic weapon's really good, yes. Yep, you need to level it up, Sage. Hello again, Bonefire. I'm not falling for your silly games again. You're not pushing me out of that window, mate. I'm not having it. Why you gotta be playing, brother? She's playing within the window. Yeah, I can't wait for him to push me out of the window and then to run and path around to me, pulling 6,000 orcs down to me. I just can't wait for that. That does sound exciting. It was really funny. It was really, really funny. Graded handguards. Ooh, they're not bad. These are wisdom dexterity. These are +7 right now. These have good saves on them too. Yeah, I think these are better, aren't they? I think yeah, I think these are better. At least we can merge with the other one. Fresh bone shoulder pads. Don't think we need those. They did. I love that they pushed me back in. They were like referees coming in. No, 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 no. Yeah, we'll merge that. Sure. So your pet is a higher level than you. That must feel bad. I'm so sorry. We'll just put you out of your misery. Kind of fucking up my Dark Elf faction here a little bit. The only issue. I'm pretty sure I need that later for the Reaper of the Dead quest. It'll be fine. Dragoon Dirk. Those are the days, man. This goes in range as well, doesn't it? This is just a bit of HP. Oh yeah, this is way better. Oh, we can't use this. This doesn't have Paladin on it. Because we're not Dragoons. It doesn't have Shaman on it. It doesn't have Paladin on it. Yeah, we can't use that. Shoot. Because Dark Elves can't be Paladins. And I use these scout shoes over these. No, know, man. Better saves. Lower AC, better saves. Kind of better stats. Which quests were Crushbone shoulder pads for? Crushbone shoulder pads. Dwarves. Yeah, faction with dwarfs with them. We won't worry about that for now. No way you came from. I don't know, Boone. I think it's because he was a mage and a necromancer. Weirdly mages. Some mages have higher level pets than the actual mages. Profits back up. We have to get all the way back around to the other side of the fort, don't we? But blood gurgler. Hello, Chili. You're a blood gurgler, aren't you? Well, I would have thought that too, Boom, but yeah, Everquest is weird. Especially this version of Everquest. It's very weird. Hello, Chili. I will need you to get off. Thank you. Chili, we literally just did this. We literally just did this. Get off. Chili just wants some attention. Yeah, hello. Yep, you're going to do it again, aren't you? Yep. Yep. Of course you are. Come on. What are you doing? She's a sweet cat. Blood Gurgler is back up. Chokeholds here as well. Wouldn't want her to feel left out. Chili, can we stop doing this, please? Yeah, I know it's very exciting to walk around the keyboard and then jump back on the bed. Here's Marrowbane. There's something wrong with you, cat. There really is. You got something wrong in the brain. Ooh, a necklace. AC, HP. Oh yeah, we have that at the moment. I don't think this is doing much for us. Oh, pff, I'm an idiot. Chili, come on. Why'd you have to be like this? Not getting enough attention. Where are you going? Just gonna sit there. Yep. I mean, that's cool. That works for me. Right, blood gurgler. What you got for me, brother? Be sitting around here for longer. Are you paying out? Nope, we're staying here for longer. So we're gonna get to do another run around the camp. Oh, we snared for another 20 seconds. Don't mind me, chaps. Just waddling along. Had a little accident. Where does this even go down to? Oh, it just leads back around to the entrance. Yeah, don't mind me. Just gurgling some blood. Or something. These guys have respawned yet, have they? Well, there they have. Own fire's here. Watch out for this guy. Oh, he's a paladin. He's a paladin cleric today. That's not great for us. He is only green, but that is... I feel like that might be the worst combination of things. He has about 4 health bars. No worries, man. Take care of yourself, Boone. It's lovely talking to you. Hope you have a wonderful night, and thank you for everything, as always. He's coming from just the walk warlords, man. They're really good. The Braces of Battle. Better off merging them. Probably. They need to kill the pet there. Struggle with Tomberries, bunch of debuffs and arcs might still die. Yeah, they're rough. I don't really know enough about them, but they get stronger the more of them you kill. Yeah, that's the way it works. Cappy, so how many pushes did you get in the end? You said you got 100. That it was 120 per. Fucking rough, man. Damn, 600 pulls for 5 prish. It's actually so grim. Yeah, that's filth, man. I'm sorry. I hope you enjoy her all the same. Kurgon's Spellbook. Kurgon's Spellbook. Kurgon's Spellbook quest. I've never heard of this before. some random gnome thing by the looks of things. And I've not. Maybe I just don't remember these quests. But I've definitely never done a lot of these. I always used to play ogres, so imagine not playing an ogre. Oh, heavens above. Had 2 Rin altars and 2 bones. Ah, yeah, you had to get unlucky to balance it out. Of course. Of course, of course. Oh, the Braces of Battler for the Screaming Mace quest. Yeah, that's right. Then you had to get the ring mail from Crush and give it to the Dwarven Smith for him to break it down. I remember. If only I wasn't working with statistics, I could believe this shit, yeah. Imagine what a wonderful life it must be, like believing in luck and probability, and like not understanding probability. Must be so exciting, you know? Marrowbone. A paladin, I see. Oh, don't be like that, mate. Come on. Come on. Just trying to go and say hi to Blood Gurgler. Aha! There it is. The spiky splint mail. It's not a bad chest either, but obviously nothing to our +8 thingy. So we don't need this in our inventory to equip. Bramble coat. Oh, it's permanent as well. That's so good. Does this stack with all of our stuff that we have? One way to find out. I think it might have stacking issues with something or other. Bramblecoat Iki. Bramblecoat is 3 damage shield and 28 AC. It's a ranger. It's a druid level 29. Well, I think it should stack with everything except for major shielding or something. I think it should stack with everything that we do. It does seem to. I think we can use this from our storage. We're going to do equipment and whack this in here. And then drag this to our bars. I think we can still use it. Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Next stop is Lava Storm. Ring of Lava Storm. And we need to get down to Najina, which is... Ooh. Are we chill here? Oh, we're chill. Certain that we might not be chill. People don't like lizard men for some reason. Bit racist. And it's been a long time since I've been in here. I actually quite like Najina. Pretty sick dungeon. The deeper we go, the more hazy I am in here. Well, we are only difficulty 4 gamers now. Like, it's so much more fun on difficulty 4. It's not gonna fuck around with anything else. Oh. That's interesting. They've revamped this quite extensively, apparently. I don't know a huge amount about it. I know there's a haste belt that comes out of here. I know there's a monk weapon as well, but it would take way too much for it to be comparable, probably, to these. We have a couple of things that we're really shooting for in here. One is Journeyman's Boots, just a clicky movement speed buff. And the other is Clawed Knuckle Ring, I think, which is from Najina herself. Now, I don't really remember exactly how to get to Najina. I kind of remember roughly where she is, but I think you have to get loads of keys and shit to get down there. I got every grey skeleton in this place already. Right. I think there are tentacle terrors in here. Oh, well. Oh, this is the mob that drops the Fist of Flame, which is the monk weapon. I think I'm killing myself on a damage shield here. Fairly sure I'm killing myself on a damage shield. I also do not have my spells memorized because I'm an idiot. What? Drop of crystallized flame. It's not great, but it's definitely better than what we're using. Oh, it's a light source as well. That's really cool. Okay, so that spawns in there. So I guess there's no more... Oh, fuck, I need to memorize some spells. I better do that. I guess there's no more tentacle terrors in here. Or they're deeper in or something. Love some Horsebane. Really cool that they made it so that these skeletons like don't have name tags. They're just in like piles of bones. Really, really cool. That's AFK because a dude like 30 feet from me got hit by a car. Jesus. Sorry you had to go through that, man. Hope he's alright. I hope you're alright. That's fucked up. I think the haste spelt guy is in the house on the left here. My bad light doesn't seem that bad anymore, yeah. Weird how things put things into perspective, isn't it? Might live convulsing like there was brain damage. Jesus, man. Yeah, this is a tenderizer. I do not really know how much shit I've just pulled. Yeah, sucks. Really awful. There's a one-handed blunt. That is nothing too special. I guess we'll take it. In case we get more. This is Breath of Fire 3. What did the guy who hit him do? Well, what did the car that hit him do? I do not remember this well. At least these are undead. There a cleric here? There fucking is. There fucking is. Yeah, it's good of you to sit there and stay. Edie, my partner, does that kind of stuff all the time. Like, really looks out after people she sees in the street. It's freaking out, yeah. I mean, I imagine he would be. Ah, no wonder. There's a paladin as well. Why does red and blue goo gush out of these skeleton bones? It's spell effects. So there are various different spell effects. The blue stuff is me casting healing spells. The red stuff is my smite procs. Dark bone marrow. What is that for? Great skill recipes. Probably get to auto sell those. Yes, we can merge that up. I didn't even go up power. Yeah, I don't think that's on. That was really fucking up my targeting there. Oh, he was behind us the whole time. That that makes sense. It's better. Are those actually better than those? I don't know. Wiz 9. Bad. Yeah, they have 3 saves. I think they are better. god, this looks bad. Oh, hey, Bone Cracker. How's it going? Shh, Jesus, we just got harm touched a bunch. We need inversion. Oh, that's really bad news. Really bad news. I think I'm definitely dead here. Yeah. Oh, that was rough. Oh. Unlock the relics in shop. Nice, congrats. Do I alter a div stat to action speed on this staff? You probably do want action speed on the staff, yeah, if it's going to be for a caster. I don't know what you want to alter to that. Depends what it looks like. Yeah, I don't know. Probably. Yeah, match. It has match, div, div, right? Might just stay in here for a few levels. It seems like this is a decent kind of level for us. Even if this place is a bit tough. He's law. Yeah. Guess I'm gonna go back down into there and try and take on that room again, but be a little more prepped for it. Huge aggro range in here. Because it's D4 as well. The paladin monk elemental over here is doing things. On clerics. Thank God the secondary clerics still have like a limited mana pool. Okay, so we have Bone Cracker in here. Probably need to lay on hands in here. And healed. Got away with it. Band of Flesh. Just 6 strength. I don't think that is particularly good for us. Let's have summoning efficiency 1. We do need the dull bone key, that's for sure. Need that for something or other. I guess we can loot this to take the exaltation off at least. Necromancer meat. What is necromancer meat for? Then at the front of Neriarch. Yes, for sacrifice of 4 necromeats to help you play nice with Neriak's new residents. This is the fixed faction for all these dark elves. Less than appreciated in Grob. Probably don't need these. I like how some creatures are up to 25%. Now this is just not useful to us, right? It's completely worthless. We just sell it. Which of these do we do first? Ogre guard from way downtown. Aggroed through like 6 walls or something. Six stars like you that have ruined your own lands. I haven't seen that message in so many years. That room looks like it has 3 in it. Officer Grush. We can pacify him. You okay, Libra? It's getting late. I was wondering why I was feeling really tired. It turns out it's super late. I seem to have lost track of time. How that could have happened, I don't know. Officer Grush. We can probably change the recovery here. Just discovered composite stuff. Didn't know there was Arena S-word from Coliseum. Was Epicenter Seals here? Yeah. It costs a lot. Hopefully you have an ingot available for the final step. Yeah, pretty much, Sean. What do we got going on here? Oh, we've got an Ogre Guard going on here. These are just bronze greaves. Officer's Gauntlets. Edge Dex, AC-14. They're quite similar to these. These have really good saves on them though. These do not. I don't think these are for me. The guard captain. I think he has a key. See you there, Pete. Just remember, you only have a limited time for them. More gloves. So many gloves. Yeah, shiny medal key. She's a cleric paladin. So let's just pull her out here. She might take a little while. Oh shit, we've got the respawn. I guess I should have fought her in the room. But late now. Maybe we can nuke through her. Ugh. Ugh. This is gonna be grim. Oh, there's another cleric. That one won't have as big a pool. Yeah, we have to be careful with our mana. It's gonna be a long fight. Gotta get the other guy respawning on us too. Stupid cleric paladin, man. Yep, here he is. Nice. Got it. Emissary Mask 9. How does that compare to this? Oh, this is way better. Does this have improved healing 1 on it though? Might as well put that in there. That is actually functional for us right now. That was a true epic. I don't know if there's any point in killing the guard captain again. Pretty nasty. I think it's just a slow. One's braces. So the bit we haven't checked out is up here. Try the bone cracker room again. Hold on. Ah, fuck. Not holding on for me. Bonecracker has some other pieces of gear, so they might have been reworked as well. Might be worth having a look at them. God, a lot of healing. There's a warrior cleric and a warrior druid. It looks like a lot, but it's just some big old ogres. It's like a health to get back up. This is a nasty room. Ow. Holy moly. Let's have some neeks. These still have lay on hands. I try and nuke down Bone Cracker. Bit sketchy, but Leering Mask. Don't think that's going to be better than what we've got. Probably not. I think we need to rebuff soon. It's a paladin. Hi, paladin. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. Yeah, let's pacify these. Don't have lay on hands here. Oh, he's getting pumped full of heals as well. Oh, nice. Binding bracelets. We can't use those. They don't even have to think about it. Trasden. But Trasden was for something. To the many versions of Everquest, am I remembering? God's key room. Ah, and that drops down. I see. So that gives us access to somewhere or other. I don't know where. I don't remember Najina too well. We can take on the tenderizer again. Very well, team. Huge plays. Don't know if we get anything at 27. $27. Are we getting visibility? That's kind of useful. Oh, we get any slow. That's extremely useful. Elemental, slow. Guards, insects. Tigers, insects. I think there's probably something in here. Lost something. Lost Crusader. Oh, that drops the sword that I've seen floating around, I imagine. Yeah, we're making gains. I'm just about to call it a night, actually. Not like. Ooh. A ring. Seen a ring of Lost Crusader +4. That's not really that great. I think I'd rather have the resists than the little bit of stats from this. Yeah, this is a safe spot if I remember correctly. This is probably where we should camp down. It was a good sesh. We did some big progress today. We will explore the rest of Najuna tomorrow. As a grind, it's going pretty well. We're up to level 27. We did some really big grinding. Everything we do now is on difficulty 4 because it's way more fun. Difficulty 4 is sweet. Everything else sucks. Nah, it doesn't suck. It's just like everything is just more fun on D4 because there's so much random stuff happening. You have to be way more careful. There's so much random stuff happening, like mobs aggro from way further away. Every mob has a second class. Way more fun. Right, folks, that's it for me today. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, I think. I'll be playing more of this. This whole weekend is probably going to be very largely this. We're looking at trying to get into a position where we can do the raids on Monday. Or we can try to do the raids on Monday. So that means we're going to have to go pretty darn hard. We'll see how far we can get. I know, you literally did just get here. Alright, my lovelies. Take care of yourselves. I love you very much. Hope you have a wonderful night, not like Lisa's brother, anyone else who is still out there lurking around. Sage, thank you. Thanks for being here, man. To get the good ending, what did you do about the 3 doors about personality types? It doesn't make a difference. It didn't do anything. I didn't have any issues with that at all, Sage. There was no like Lulu prompt or anything. We just went through one of the doors. They didn't seem to give a shit. They took some like MP loss and they didn't seem to care. You ending. I don't know what you mean, sorry Sage. Yeah, night night guys. Take care of yourselves. Much love. Good luck with whatever you are up to for the rest of the night. And I hope you have... Yeah, I'm ending stream. And